Alrighty. Should be good, hypothetically. And yeah, I think we're all right. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It is January 3rd, 2023. Of course, if you're watching this after the fact, please be sure to go to my channel, try and find more recent coverage of what could potentially be going on. But as of right now, kind of continuing what we had yesterday by looking at more and more tornadic storms. And interestingly enough, we got a few storms that are starting to rumble on through towards the I-65 corridor. So if you're south of Birmingham, even all the way down to the stretch near Montgomery, I would start watching. I would start watching very closely. This is over in Alabama as of right now. And because of that, we have two tornado warnings at the moment. We have tornado warnings for Bibb and Perry counties, both of which I believe will be in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And that is exactly the case. But we have a bunch of areas of rotation that's starting to surge on through towards the I-65 corridor. There's also a new area of rotation that's starting to develop over here, due south of the intersection of I-20 and I-459. So that would be something to watch out for there as well. There's a little bit of a hook right here within the line. You can see this little storm kind of hooks off a little bit more than some of the other storms. And so because of that, we could potentially see a little bit of rotation within the storm, and indeed we do actually have that. If we go to the normalized rotation to quantify how strong the rotation is, it's not there quite yet. We definitely have some weaker amounts of rotation here according to our scale on the left-hand side, but it is definitely noticeable. It is definitely noticeable that we have a little bit of rotation within the storm. So we're going to be watching this one very closely as this continues to move on through. Closer towards the Alabaster, the Pelham, the Marvel areas, and eventually further in towards Shelby County and the southern portions of Jefferson County. Going on further down south of Centreville, heading towards the Randolph area and the southern portions of Bibb County here. We've got a tornado warning over here along the border of Bibb County and Perry County. This will be crossing over Highway 219 now. Right about here is where the rotation would be. If you guys were to take a look and see the greens moving towards the radar, which is all the way up the top right-hand part of our screen, and then the reds moving away, we have this general counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, which is located right over here, due south of Centreville and due north and east of Sprott. And if I actually get up radar omega, I might be able to tell a little bit easier as to what some of the towns are around here, because my radar doesn't actually have those types of specifics. But looking over here, Bethlehem, the Bethlehem area, as well as the Abercrombie areas, heading off towards the Tabernacle and the Maud area, as well as towards Trio and Vic, and eventually towards, this is the Bibb County Airport over here, east of Centreville. If you're essentially east of Centreville along US Highway 82, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We also have this tornadic warning storm here just down to the south. It looks like the storm might be moving outside of the warning a little bit. Let me take a look a little bit more with my actual radar here. And it does look like that is partially the case, or at least the old storm that was over here. It looks like this one. Oh, I can hear myself, and that is not the greatest thing in the world. There we go. But it does look like the old rotation that it had has died off. There is a new rotation that is developing right over Subtle right now. It's going to be heading over 219, just north of the intersection of 219 and 14, north of Selma. So maybe even areas near Plantersville, as well as Stanton and Maplesville, they could potentially be impacted along the line if this thing continues to try and intensify further. I'm going to look up a little bit higher in the atmosphere to see if this thing does have some rotation, and indeed it does. Usually when you have rotation in the upper levels, it tries to force its way downwards. So we'll see what we can figure out with that storm as this continues to progress on further, but that might be a storm to watch out for a little bit later on. Speaking of Selma, there's also a couple storms that are not only just around its general vicinity, but even down to the south of it near Sardis. Two storms here that could potentially have a little bit of rotation within it as well. The normalized rotation does seem to be acting up over here in two areas, one due east of Selma and one here approaching the Sardis area here in central Alabama. This is due west of Montgomery. So for people who are trying to figure this out, this is in eastern portions of Dallas County, heading off in towards the Autauga County areas here near Jones Valley Grande, as well as the areas over along the Burnsville area. So if you know anyone that lives near Burnsville, Autaugaville, maybe even areas near Prattville, west of Prattville, and west of the I-65 area north of Montgomery, we could be talking about the potential tornadic development over here within some of these storms. So I would definitely watch out for that. It does look like the normalized rotation has started to increase here with this storm near Sardis. So do not be surprised if this actually does get tornado warned here relatively soon. We'll talk about that here a little bit more in a second. But if you guys know anyone who lives within these areas, please be sure to help spread the information. Copy the link to the live stream, send the text message to them, or I'm sure James Spann is doing his local coverage, as you guys would typically assume. So feel free to spread this information. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, send a text message, or by hitting that thumbs up button down below, even subscribing. You actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube because of YouTube's algorithm. The more and more you interact with a certain video or live stream, the more we can actually spread this information out to more and more people. That is some crazy footage right there that I just saw on the side screen of what happened yesterday. But pretty whack, pretty whack. So once again, a lot of storms that are moving on through here, approaching the I-65 corridor in between Montgomery and Birmingham, if you're in those areas, and even along the Highway 82 areas near Centreville or south and east of Centreville, you guys definitely need to be on alert, as there are a couple showers and thunderstorms that could potentially try to be tornadic there soon. There is another storm up to the north that I'm looking at. It's kind of going in and out in regards to its coverage. So let me try and take a look to see if there is some other stuff that I can look at with this radar up here in Huntsville. I don't see too much. I see a lot of strong damaging winds. You see this giant congealed line of showers and thunderstorms extending from areas west of Knoxville in Tennessee all the way down towards the Coleman County areas here in Alabama. So there is quite a few, or I should say not quite a few. There is an extended reach of coverage here within these showers and thunderstorms, none of which seem to be significantly severe at the moment. But if they do get warnings on them, severe thunderstorm warnings, or even tornado warnings for that matter, please be sure to have a way to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, as these storms, if they do get to that stage, could impact life and property. Nick with the 2 says, "Hey Nate, what's up? Welcome. Nice to see you around." And Nick with the 2 again says, "Northern Illinois has a few strong storms. I did hear about the fact that there is a risk for severe weather up there. I probably will stick radar scope up there to try and see if I can get some coverage with that." And that does kind of seem to be the case. There is one storm up there in Northern Illinois, as you have mentioned. Doesn't seem to be super strong at the moment, fortunately. So we'll probably be talking about those storms a little bit later on. But the main priority here seems to be over in the central portions of Alabama. And we're going to go back to that tornado warning that's just down to the south and east of Centreville, right along the border of the Perry and Bibb County line here in Alabama. This rotation is starting to get a little bit stronger, and you can see that with our normalized rotation. The normalized rotation essentially quantifies, as I have mentioned, how strong the actual rotation actually is. If you see the blues, that's relatively weak rotation, but once you get into the greens and the yellows, that's when you know you have some moderate rotation. Listen.
Tornado warning for North Central Chilton County in central Alabama, southeastern Bibb County in central Alabama.
So Chilton is an extension, so this is heading towards the Jemison area. So they do believe that this thing will continue to maintain on its approach towards I-65. So that'll be something to watch. Once again, new tornado warning. This is Chilton and Bibb counties here in Alabama. that will be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So just something to consider there. This storm, according to the National Weather Service, is probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon. It probably will not. That storm that was originally over near Alabaster, it's trying to do stuff, but it's not really doing a very good job at it. So that might be our saving grace up there, if that storm can continue to just, be bleh. Might be able to escape that one. Iron Jedi with the 5, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that one. Says you're in Dahlonega, Georgia. How are things looking for you guys? Let me take a look here real quickly. Will you be having Matt chasing today? It is unlikely. Highly unlikely. Probably not. Dahlonega, you guys might get some stuff later on this evening. Whether or not it would be tornadic, it would really have to depend upon how well these storms sustain. Because I do believe, areas like Atlanta, I do believe they could actually get some activity here tonight. But as for, areas up in your end, that one might be a little bit more difficult to kind of quantify. But I do believe that you guys could attempt to see some activity, severe weather-wise. So I would watch out. Watch out for severe weather here. Do I anticipate there being a tornado watch issued for North Georgia at some point? I do believe that there could be a tornado watch issued in... Yeah, actually, maybe so. Maybe so. There is a good chance for North Georgia. West Point, Mississippi. Shout it out, Clay County. What's up? Nice to see you out there. Let me see if I can continue to try and see some other stuff. Yeah, it looks like West Point should be fine for the rest of the evening, believe it or not. They're starting to get behind the main line. They're pretty close, though. This also might be another storm to watch over here near Maplesville in Stanton. New storm that's, or at least it's not exactly super new. It's just been recently developing. And you can kind of already see a little bit of a hooking characteristic within the storm. So maybe if some of these other storms that were down here didn't, spray as much precipitation up there, we could be talking about something that could sustain for a while. As of right now, it's gonna be really interesting to see how this interacts with each other. Excuse me, I had to sneeze real quickly. What do I think about the Calhoun, Georgia storm? Most of the stuff that's in Georgia right now, I don't believe is going to be doing too much. But they will eventually head off towards that area and could potentially be severe. So we'll be talking about that a little bit later on. Will this be a big tour event or just mainly wind? It'll be mainly wind with some embedded tornadoes. But, if a storm does get by itself and is allowed to take advantage of the environment, would not be surprised if we saw a strong tornado here today as well. Detchard, Tennessee, near Manchester. What are things looking like over there? Let me take a look. Detchard. I'd have to look at it with Huntsville's radar. I do believe that you guys might be done for the time being for right now. Looks like the main line has passed. A lot of strong damaging winds originally with that. Looks like the tornado warning that was down for Central Perry County is now expired. So it's just that one tornado warning for Chilton and Bibb counties. Just popped my hand. About Athens, Alabama. Yeah, I'll take a look here. What does Pensacola look like? For right now, it's fine. Later on this evening, we could be talking about some more showers and thunderstorms that can move through the area. But Pensacola, believe it or not, is not in the main risk for severe weather. Athens, Alabama, I think the main line has passed you guys as well, so Athens should be all right, and that is the case. You guys are in a flash flood warning, however, so turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Do not take any chance whatsoever with that. What about Waukesha, Wisconsin, anytime soon? Severe weather-wise, probably not. Now, if we're talking about winter weather-wise, I mean, there's a good possibility here relatively soon that you could consistently see some activity, but severe weather-wise, yeah, don't believe it. Looks like a brief tornado has occurred over here. It looks like a brief tornado has occurred. Or at least potentially a brief tornado. Yeah, it is possible that a brief tornado has occurred over here near Lawley and Randolph. So hoping that the folks over there at Lawley and Randolph in Alabama, hope that they have stayed in their safe spaces. What should we expect in Chattanooga tonight? I do believe that you guys are going to see some strong damaging winds here. I should say relatively soon. You can take a look and see there's a big line that's moving on through. Once this line passes through, it'll pretty much be it until late tonight into tomorrow morning, to where another line can move on through, but not really too significant of the risk. Yeah, not expecting today to be like a long track violent tornado today. Not expecting today to be that style of it. It'll mainly be, if there are strong tornadoes, they will be spin-ups for about 5 to 10 minutes. Upstate South Carolina would be the risk, and what time frame? It'll definitely be tomorrow. Upstate South Carolina will be getting their stuff tomorrow mainly. We'll pull this up. I had a map of the tornado shelter. Someone actually put that on Google Maps and made a whole entire map of tornado shelters, which is pretty crazy. But upstate South Carolina, you guys are really expecting your risk tomorrow, and even then, it's not even that significant. So I'm not expecting you guys to get too much out of it, but if it's anything, it'll be tomorrow. Once again, this is in Alabama right now. We got a tornado warning here in central portions of Alabama. This is for Bibb and Chilton counties due south of Birmingham and due northwest of Montgomery. This is approaching the I-65 corridor here. So if you're near Randolph, Ashby, Jemison, Alabama State Highway 139, U.S. Highway 31, and even towards the areas of Alabama State Highway or Alabama Route 191. Guys, got to watch out for that, for sure. But it does look like there was potentially a brief tornado. Rotation still might be sustaining over here as it's crossing now U.S. Highway 82. It was near Lawley. It was actually due west of Lawley where it could have potentially produced a tornado. Now it is crossing the highway there. And it looks like there was potentially a brief tornado. As you can see on correlation coefficient, we have a little bit of an abnormality that came up on screen. You see how we have a lowering of the correlation coefficient, maybe a brief tornado. You start to see it starts to get into the green colors with the correlation coefficient. And then, of course, it kind of just fans out a little bit. You see how it goes pretty widespread across the board over here. So I do believe that we possibly have witnessed a brief tornado within this, very briefly. Regardless of that fact, all right, regardless of the fact, or actually may not even be a fact, regardless of whether or not it is a tornado or not, all right, there's a reason why there's a tornado warning that has been issued. So you need to get in your safe spaces right now. This is for areas near Bibb Mill, Oakley, Thomas Mill, Oak Grove, Kelowna, Jemison, Posey's Crossroads, as well as areas, once again, near Highway 31. And even towards the Ashby, Oakley, and Breerfield and the Minooka areas. So if you're over there, need to get in your safe space right now, as there is definitely a storm here that could potentially try to produce a tornado. Speaking of which, how can I be able to determine that? Well, we have a little bit of rotation here. Our radar is all the way up here, and the reason why I mentioned that is because the radar can only figure out winds going towards the radar and going away. So whenever you have greens that are moving towards and then reds that are moving away in a counterclockwise fashion, that right there is a good indication that there could potentially be something tornadic lying right within that storm. And I do believe that is the case. I do believe that we had a brief tornado possible within that. I also want to go back down a bit further to the south. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning in the middle of Louisiana. So we'll have to look at that here in a bit. But I'm trying to take a look to see maybe there could potentially be some additional showers and thunderstorms that could be moving off that I am missing. That could also have some rotation. Looks like there might be a cell near Thomasville that might be trying to move on through. Thomasville might have some rotation. Maybe some storms that are moving off the coast towards the Fort Walton Beach area. That also might be something to note. And then we also have, once again, this random tornado warning, or not tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning over here. I think I'm going to want to go check that out. That looks like a well-defined hook echo now with that storm. But I want to go check out this. What is this? This is a severe thunderstorm warning here for Rapides, Beauregard, Vernon, and Allen parishes in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. What is going on with this thing here? A lot of strong damaging winds. Does this have a tornado possible tag on it? Doesn't say on here. Maybe if I went to actual warning box. No, it does not have a tornado possible tag on it, but I still find that very, very interesting. Woot with the 2 says, when are severe storms going to hit the southern metro area of Atlanta? I do believe it will be this afternoon, sometime around 4 or 5, possibly. That's my rough estimate, is when I think that could be the case. Guesstimate. As I said, I appreciate everyone who's helped support the stream so far by spreading it to as many people as possible. Once again, by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube. So be sure to do that if you haven't already. Someone asked about the parameters of this event. That's a good question. Surface-based cape, there is some, especially down south. A lot of cape down here. Further up north, though, 1,500 to 2,000 joules per kilogram. So that's not bad. Mixing layer cape, or mixed layer cape, I should say. There is some stuff over here, so there is enough energy, I'd say. That is a lot of 3 cape. I'll tell you what, 125 3 cape. A lot of vorticity over here, too. I'll tell you what, Thomasville might be an area to watch for the potential of tornadoes here soon. New tornado watch? Oh, yeah, there is. And that does include Atlanta. Atlanta is now in the tornado watch. So, you know the drill. Let's play the game. What are the probabilities of the tornado watch? Well, these storms hit Hattiesburg. I do believe there are some storms that could actually go near your area, but it might not be super significant. So here you go. There's your tornado watch. New tornado watch for Atlanta, Georgia. And as I said, I do believe that Atlanta is going to be in the threat for tornadoes here today. So feel free to stick around if you need to. And if you know anyone that lives in Georgia as well, Atlanta Metro, share the stream with them as well. All right, because, you know, who knows if their local news will be covering it. If they are covering it, then perfect. But if they don't have any local coverage, or if they don't have any, if they don't have any cable providers out there, they decide to say, hey, you know what, we're not paying for cable or whatnot, send them my way. I will be able to get stuff out for them. All right, so a lot of people have guessed. The answer is 60-20. 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes within the tornado watch, and a 20% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. 60-20. Yeah, we were looking at that tornado warning last night in Paducah. It was actually pretty crazy. Very, very crazy. What's up, Michelle? Nice to see you. So we'll go back to the parameters here, because I really do believe that Thomasville might actually be the area to watch. Thomasville, Coffeyville, Uniontown. Just this entire area over here in Marengo and Wilcox County, as well as Dallas County. A lot of vorticity over here, which could help aid tornadic development. Yeah, once again, new tornado watch has been issued in Georgia. Extreme eastern portions of Alabama, so that includes Montgomery, Auburn, Anniston, Alexander City. And then goes all the way up towards Atlanta, even to Gainesville and Athens. There is a tornado watch for your area. I'm gonna look at something here real quickly, chat. Give me 2 seconds. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Chilton County in central Alabama.
Oh, they did pull it for Maplesville. They did pull it for Maplesville. And as they should, that does look like it could potentially try to produce a tornado here soon. Does the new tornado watch include Macon, Georgia? I do not believe so. No. But if you're in Chilton County, now's the time for you to get in your safe space, specifically Lomax, Clanton, Thorsby. There is some pretty strong rotation here that is starting to develop. Actually has been that way for quite some time, so do not be surprised if this thing does try to produce a tornado. If it does, well, that's the reason why they issued the tornado warning, right? So Thorsby, Lomax, Clanton here in Chilton County, Alabama, need to get in your safe space. I did look at Louisiana, Caleb. Chatham, Alabama. What about that? Let me take a look at that here. Chatham is all the way down there. Good ways away from Thomasville, but there are some storms that are in that area. There are storms that are moving through near you. I don't see a whole lot of rotation with it, however. I'll take a look at it from one more radar to try and see. The coverage in that area is not exactly the best with weather radars, so things can and very well, could change here relatively soon. But I'm looking at some of these storms. They're moving off into your area, so they're definitely on their way. If there is going to be any rotation with any of these storms, it'll be this big cluster here. It'll be this cluster. It's also the storm near Beatrice. That one might be something to watch for as it heads towards Montgomery later on. But back to the tornado warning here. In Bibb and Chilton counties, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. One that is for Jemison, U.S. Highway 31 and areas south of Calera and Montevallo. And then we have also another one that's approaching the Thorsby and the Lomax area, areas north of Clanton. So if you know anyone who lives over there, once again, tell them to get into their safe space. I'm going to move Radar Omega over. There we go. This gives us a decent idea as to the people that could be impacted. So you guys see this big giant hook here on radar. That's the main thing there to take away from this. If we were trying to figure out, all right, where's the storm that could probably produce a tornado? If you see a storm that hooks like this one, there's a good chance. There's a good chance that this thing does have, that storm does have a chance of trying to produce a tornado. Now, not every storm produces a tornado. All right, so keep that in mind. There's always the hope that this thing doesn't produce one. But because of the fact that we have that, we also have some additional characteristics, which we will mention here relatively soon. There's a good reason why a tornado warning has been issued. So, when we read off areas like Thorsby, like U.S. Highway 31 near Lomax, Gap of the Mountain, Mineral Springs, Collins Chapel, and areas along U.S. Highway 31 and I-65, areas south of Union Grove. There's a reason why they've issued a tornado warning over here. So please be sure to get in your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Someone said it does include Macon. Not on my screen. This is the outline of the tornado watch right here, this red line, and Macon, Georgia is definitely outside of it. It is definitely outside of it. Why don't I use 3D feature more often? It's because most of the time when I'm looking at showers and thunderstorms, they're very far away from the radar, and 3D doesn't really help if it's really far away from the radar. It's got to be somewhat close. What about Pike Road, Alabama? Yeah, let me take a look at that real quickly here. By the way, if I skip over people's comments in chat, I'm sorry. There's a bunch of people that I'm trying to get to and whatnot. So you're essentially near Montgomery. I would watch out for the gradual development of more and more showers and thunderstorms that move through your area. Do not be surprised if you get more activity. All right, because it probably will arrive here relatively soon. These storms that are moving through New Orleans are probably not doing too much. That is the truth. So I might have to actually organize my radars here. I am going to do that. I'm going to move KILX over to KMXX. All right, hopefully we get a better idea as to what's going on with these storms over here. Yeah, there's definitely a good reason why that cell near Thorsby is still warned. But what about these storms that are down to the south? Let me take a look. Storm motion from warning. There's a cell near Beatrice. Actually, a lot of these storms are rotating in general. But there's a storm near Beatrice right now. It's relatively small. It's a small little storm, but it will head off towards the eastern portions of Wilcox County, and then eventually towards Louds County, and maybe even the furthest northwestern portions of Butler County, and southeastern Dallas County. So I would probably watch out for that. The storm near Beatrice that's heading towards like Oak Hill, Pineapple, Snow Hill, maybe even someone said Fort Deposit, Alabama. Maybe even if this thing does veer off towards the east a little bit, maybe even you guys as well. So I'd watch out for that. But Fort Deposit, you asked the question of if you're going to get some stuff here soon, or if you're going to get anything at all. Yeah, you guys will probably get a lot of showers and thunderstorms. Whether or not they do stuff is the real question, because, weather just loves to make life so much more difficult than it already is. But that is something to note. Let's go back up to the tornado warning. Once again, tornado warning for Chilton County here in Alabama. There also could very well be another tornado warning here soon for Autauga County, and that could even go up towards southern portions of Chilton County and Elmore County, northwestern portions of Elmore County. So if you guys live over there in, say, like Interstate 65 near Deatsville, Mountain Creek, Verbena, maybe areas north of Prattville, north of Booth, if we take a look at the specifics here, maybe even Rollins, Mount Sinai, as well as areas near New Prospect and Pine Level. You guys could potentially get a tornado warning here relatively soon because of the activity from the storm. So I would definitely watch out for that. I would watch out. But there definitely is some strong rotation with this one near Booth, north of Autaugaville. There's also reports north of Marion. It says tin torn from roofs, trees, and power lines down. Possible tornado over there. 3 miles east of Folsom. That would be north of Marion over here in Perry County. Yeah, that cell in Autauga County, north of Autaugaville. That one probably will have to be warned here soon. I want to go back down to that storm to see. Yeah, the rotation on that storm definitely does look relatively good. It's looking up 3,800 feet. This is looking up 3,000 feet. So, wow, this is a lot lower to the ground. We are going to have to actually use Birmingham's radar more. I am actually very surprised about that. But yeah, this probably will be a tornado warning here soon for northeastern Autauga County, as well as northwestern Elmore and southeastern Chilton County. They might even include Coosa County as well, southwestern portions of Coosa County. The rotation near Booth and Prattville? Yes, it's northwest of Booth. Northwest of Booth right now. The rotation is currently located near Highway 82. And there's the new tornado warning, as I have mentioned. Now it finally pings.
Tornado warning for northeastern Autauga County in central Alabama.
So they only warned it for Autauga County, northeastern Autauga. So if you're north of Prattville, all right, if you're north of Prattville and you're near Interstate 65, or even Highway 31, south of Mountain Creek, near Mountain Creek, once again, north of Prattville, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So new tornado warning for northeastern Autauga County. We clearly have some pretty strong rotation with this. I mean, you can see greens moving towards the radar, which is up in Birmingham. Reds and even pinks moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Normalized rotation says we got some pretty moderate rotation, even the higher ends of moderate rotation. If you see the blues, that's just weak rotation. Greens and yellows is moderate rotation. Once you get towards the red and the pink, that's when you got strong rotation. But we do have some moderate rotation over here, right to the north and west of Booth. So let's actually pull up our radar here from Radar Omega. We'll pull up the velocities, and you can see there's the velocity signature. It'll be heading off towards the Old Kingston area near Autauga County Road 21, the Posey's Crossroad area, heading off towards the Warner Scout Reservation, and then eventually towards the Oak Grove area near Browntown and Old Kingston. So if you're in those areas that I just mentioned, Autauga County Road 40, Criddle Road, that area is over there. You need to get in your safe space right now because this one could definitely try to put down a tornado here. At least from the looks of radar, it definitely looks like it can try. So, once again, if you guys know anyone who lives within these areas, I may sound like a broken record at this point, but to try and emphasize this point, regardless if a storm is strong or not, regardless if a tornado is strong or not, it still has the possibility to impact a person's life. So, we try to get the warning out. We try to tell people, all right, well, all you have to do is just go inside and stay away from windows for X amount of minutes, all right? For this certain amount of time, once the storm is over, you're done. Unless if they issue another tornado warning, for your area from another storm, you guys are good. And so we just want to try and emphasize the point for right now that you guys need to get into your safe space. How is Huntsville doing? They should be fine, hypothetically. But they are fine. Yeah, Huntsville is definitely fine. The line is passed by, you guys. So you guys are good. If you find any flooded roadways, though, don't drive through it. Turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. Big line of storms that are now starting to move off into northwestern Georgia. Strong damaging winds are possible. Chattanooga. I know we got some people that are here in Chattanooga. Line that's starting to move on through right now. It doesn't appear to be super severe, but I would stay indoors if you haven't already. Does chatting help with the algorithm? Yes, it does. Hitting the like button down below, subscribing, turning on notifications, and chatting all help out with the YouTube algorithm to help me spread this information with more and more people on YouTube. So if you haven't done any of those stuff already, please be sure to do so. It really does help spread the word. I do not see a debris signature quite yet, which is a very good thing here, but we still have a lot of strong rotation within this. How's Cartersville in northwestern Georgia? I do believe you guys are going to get some strong damaging winds here soon. At least if I recall where Cartersville is. If you are in northwestern Georgia, you will get that line. So consider that. But yeah, this one definitely someone just said, could this be a Sharknado situation? Maybe for the stuff that's down south, moving on to the Florida coastline, which, by the way, I need to get a radar over there soon so that I can... Let me organize my radars, actually. Let me do that. Make my life a little bit easier. Mobile, Birmingham. Eglin, Huntsville, and Maxwell Air Force Base. All right, I think we're good. I think we have organized all of our radars. You know, these storms that are over here, these little storms that are moving off towards the Fort Walton Beach and the Navarre areas here in Florida, you guys might have to watch out too, the people along the coastline. North of Marietta and Kennesaw. Okay, let me take a look. Cartersville. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to get some stuff. Whether it's the line or the storms that are moving on through right now. Now, whether or not it's severe, that's the real question. The longevity of these storms is always going to come into question with me because this is, you know, how much energy do they have up until this point? Still going with this tornado warning here. Doesn't look like this thing has produced, at least from a verification standpoint. But this is still a tornado warning for northeastern Autauga County, and then we also have another tornado warning for northeastern Chilton counties. My fault, Chilton counties. So if you're in those counties over there north of Clanton or north of Prattville, you need to get in your safe space for the potential of some tornadoes that could exist within these storms. Looks like the cell that was over near Beatrice has kind of faded away just slightly. Just slightly. What does the slight risk mean for Huntsville and Alabama? It's a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Look at the storm from the other radar to the east. I do not believe that storm is looking lower to the ground than the one that's currently in Birmingham. I do not believe. It does look like it does have a pretty strong velocity couplet, though. But we're looking up 500 feet more than what we would be over in Birmingham. Does look like this probably could be a tornado, though. Very well could be a tornado. And if that is the case, yeah, let's look at it from here so that way people can kind of understand where the rotation is at. So once again, there's the rotation. Reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the velocity couplet is. This is where the tornado vortex signature would lie. This is heading off once again towards the Posey Crossroads and the Old Kingston areas here along Autauga County Road 40. So if you're due west of Pine Level, all right, if you're due west of Pine Level, if you're near the Browntown and the Oak Grove areas, this would be north of Booth, well north of Booth. You guys need to get in your safe space. If you're near Mountain Creek or if you're south of Mountain Creek on Highway 31 or near Interstate 65, you guys also need to get in your safe space as well. What about Florence, Alabama? Good question. Florence, Alabama. It looks like they're good here. Looks like they're good here today. How did I forget Florence, Alabama? It's one of my favorite places to cover. Really? Love this sky camera over here. This sky camera right here is the best. Love it. It's actually in Tuscumbia, but it's right around Florence. I don't see anything quite yet from Birmingham's radar. It is going to update, though, here. It should update. I think Birmingham's radar is currently lagging behind at the moment, which is not the greatest news in the world. So let me see if I can reset it. Lynette, Alabama. You guys, I definitely think you guys are going to be seeing stuff here today. You are in a tornado watch, so I'd watch out for that. Yes, Tuscumbia is the legendary sky camera over there. Did I reset it? I did reset it. It definitely looks like there could potentially be a tornado near that area. But we are looking a lot lower towards the ground, so this is kind of our saving grace a little bit. Looks like it was a brief outage over there for that radar, too. What about Theodore, Alabama? Theodore, I definitely think you guys should pay attention to the changing conditions. I don't think you guys are in the main risk here today, but there's not a whole lot of storms near your area at the moment. They'll move through probably in a couple hours. Looks like that storm is starting to rotate near Battles and State Line due west of Chatham. So Washington County, someone said they were from Washington County in Chatham. I would watch out for that if they can. Yeah, Chattanooga right now is currently experiencing a severe thunderstorm at the moment. Pretty large line of storms that are moving on through. So, once again, if you're in Chattanooga, I know we got a couple viewers from Chattanooga. Stay indoors. Stay indoors. Don't go outside. As, you know, once this line does pass, you guys are all good. But for right now, you know, you can go outside whenever you want to afterwards. Atlanta, Georgia is in a tornado watch here today, so I would pay attention to the weather here. That definitely does look like something a tornado would do within this storm. I definitely think there could have been a brief tornado possible, if not some very strong damaging winds north of Booth. So this is northeastern Autauga County here in Alabama. If you are over there, get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. There also is potentially a new area of rotation that's trying to develop. Either that or it just really gusted out over the past few seconds. I'm talking about the line up there over into portions of Chattanooga. So for right now, the line is pretty much, it'll be over in that sense. I'll show you guys the simulated reflectivity here so you guys can actually kind of get a reference as to what's going on here. And yeah, 18C is a good model run to use. So here's the main line that I was talking about. This is the one that's currently ongoing right now for areas of Chattanooga and Huntsville. All right, for down here in central Alabama, you guys are not going to be done. All right, we're going to have one line that's going to move on through, and then there's going to be a second line that's going to move on through. But areas up there in Chattanooga, there's going to be another line that's going to try and develop tomorrow morning. But a lot of this for you guys is going to be general showers and thunderstorms. For Alabama, however, early tomorrow morning, there's going to be a second line that's going to move on through. Now, how severe this will be, that one is a little bit up in the air. Let's see if I can actually get a little bit closer so that we can get some timings out here for you all. The timings are right up there, already converted for you guys. in Central Standard Time, and I'll actually zoom it in so we can see a little bit better as well. But you see the line moves on through, and then areas like Huntsville and Chattanooga, you guys are done for the time being. And then we get some more showers and thunderstorms that occur overnight tonight at 1 to 2, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We've got another line of storms that's going to move on through, and it'll basically be just this giant line that'll move on through into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, as well as even Meridian in Mississippi by around 2 a.m. Move on through further off, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., moves through Birmingham, 5 a.m., 6 a.m., so it starts to approach the Monroeville and the Montgomery areas. 7 a.m., 8 a.m., it'll start to move on through into Atlanta and Columbus. So, yeah, I was just mentioning for Chattanooga up there, the main line for severe weather is this one that they're currently experiencing right now. The one that's going to be later on tonight into tomorrow morning, I do not believe, and I'll actually take a sounding to kind of verify. Yeah, the profiles over there, from a wind shear standpoint, it's pretty good, but from an energy standpoint, it is very much so lacking. So it'll be very gusty, if anything. Valerie with the 5, thank you so much for the support to the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. This is not a very good day to visit kinfolks in Alabama, yeah, for sure. And some people could still even be visiting from the holidays. They could still be here, out and about. So I'm kind of hoping that they're all okay for the most part. Not too much of a fright, hopefully. We also got another storm over here. So same place, Autauga County, but in southern portions of Autauga County, this is near Autaugaville, approaching the Prattville areas, there could potentially be some rotation developing with that storm. That one isn't as strong, so we'll have to wait a couple more frames before, or a couple more minutes before that could actually be life-threatening if it does intensify. If it starts to weaken, well then, that's kind of the type of event that we're expecting here today. We're either going to get storms that gonna try and quickly produce a tornado, or we're going to get ones that look a lot like it and just don't. So that's kind of what we got here today. We also have a lot of these other storms over here in portions of Choctaw, Clark, and Wilcox, as well as Marengo counties. These storms are probably going to be the next ones to watch out for. They will be heading off further north towards like Perry, Hale, Bibb, Autauga, Dallas counties, even portions of Montgomery and Elmore, as well as Chilton counties. So I would watch out for that, as that next batch of severe storms could potentially try to spin up brief tornadoes. But for right now, we still have 2 storms here, 2 primary storms that are trying to produce tornadoes. It looks like the one that is in northeastern Chilton County is starting to try, and notice how I say try. It is trying to produce a tornado here. So I would watch out for this one. This one might be something that we would have to watch out for if you're over along areas of County Road 55. This will head towards the Talladega Springs and the Stewartville area. So if you're over here in this general area, near Talladega Springs, Stewartville, Fayetteville, Nats Quarry, and Sylacauga, I would say you guys could potentially be the next ones in line to potentially get some activity. So this is northern Coosa County. This is also southern Talladega County, as well as maybe even extreme southeastern Shelby County. So if you're in those areas, I would watch out. Could definitely be a threat for a tornado over here relatively soon in your general vicinity. But just for the local areas, for people who are curious, once again, Talladega Springs, Sahoya, Gold Branch, Unity, Pine Grove Village, heading off towards the Sylacauga areas, Oak Grove, Walco, the Moon areas over there, even Marble Valley, Blue Springs. I do believe you guys could potentially be the next ones to be impacted down the line by potential tornadic thunderstorms. So don't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning. If they don't, then, you know, that tells me that the storm is, or at least the National Weather Service is thinking that the storm is not going to be as significant. It'll try to kind of die out. But I mean, looking off of presentation here from radar, I mean, this gives you exactly what you would like to see for supercells to try and produce tornadoes, or just supercells in general. We have a big hook echo right here. The rain that is really starting to wrap around and jut, you know, starting to jut the winds and the rain out in front like that. And usually you kind of get that whirlpooling effect combined with some of the moisture that is being pulled into the storm into what we like to call the inflow notch, which is right in here. And I can actually show you guys this said inflow notch by taking a 3D of the storm. We're relatively close to the radar, so we might as well take advantage of what we have here. I'll make this easier for us to see that said inflow notch, and I might actually have to retake a 3D so that way you guys can actually see it. There we go. So here is our aforementioned storm right here near Clanton, and right in there you see how we have this kind of cave right within that area. That cave in itself is kind of where the inflow notch is at. I'm trying to change the lighting so that you guys can kind of see a little bit better. Yeah, kind of like that. You guys kind of see how little bit of a cave right within there. You see that? That is the inflow notch in question. So a lot of that moisture is being pulled into the storm, and that's how the storm continues to form and sustain. So very low top storm. The updraft is also very tilted, which means we have some very strong wind shear here as well. This is the actual updraft in itself. And the actual normalized rotation, believe it or not, is very much so surface-based. You can see that it is very much so based from 10,000 feet and below. Sylacauga. Okay, Sylacauga. Good stuff. And potentially even another area of rotation on the northeastern side of it as well. We'll have to take a look at that here in a second. But that's kind of the inflow notch right within there. And this storm has definitely started to develop rather rapidly. Yeah, I would start watching out for this one. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Let's put it this way. If this bright green right over here, if this moved over to the side and this red moved over to the side a little bit more, yes, we would be 100% talking about a tornado. I'm not sure if today's event would be worse than yesterday. I think it has the potential to be around the same style of threat. So for those of you who are just tuning in, this is a tornado warning over here in northeastern Chilton counties in Alabama. This is south of Birmingham. This is north of Montgomery. And this storm, you know, has been showing signs of it trying to produce something tornadic. We're starting to see the normalized rotation start to intensify a little bit further, which tells me that this thing could be trying to put down a tornado here relatively soon. And we'll be able to tell because this is relatively close to the radar, but this is passed over just east of I-65, and it's passed east of Highway 145 as well, moving off towards the Talladega Springs area, the Fayetteville, the Stewartville, and eventually towards the northern and the northwestern sides of Coosa County in Alabama. So if you live on the northwestern sides of Coosa County, north of Rockford, northwest of Rockford, near the Stewartville areas, and then eventually down towards the southern side of Talladega County in Sylacauga as well, or someone said Sylacauga in chat, so I appreciate that. But Sylacauga County, or Talladega County, and the southern side of that in Sylacauga, you guys need to get in your safe space. I definitely need some water. Is the Tornado Watch a PDS watch? It is not a PDS watch. Is Talladega Springs home to the Talladega Speedway? No, Talladega Speedway is further northeast, up here in Talladega. I believe the actual speedway is displaced from Talladega in itself, actually. I think it's outside of it. Or at least I think it is. Yeah, it is. I knew it was north of that. The Talladega Speedway is south of I-20 over here. So there's Talladega, and then up here, near Lincoln, Bynum, and just the west of Oxford. That's where the Speedway is. Knew I'd find that relatively quickly. We did find Waldo. We did find Waldo. That was pretty funny. That has updated. Oh, yes. This definitely does look like this thing will be trying to produce a tornado here soon. I mentioned that if these reds right here can start to move off to the right, we're probably going to see something tornadic. And look at what's happened over the previous few scans. It has done exactly that. So there's a good chance that this thing, the best chance for it to produce a tornado with it, would be right now, all the way up to about 5, maybe even 10 minutes later on. So this is definitely something to watch out for. If you are north of County Highway 55, that's a new tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Coosa County in east central Alabama.
So County Road 55, if you're north of County Road 55, heading off towards the Hidden Valley areas, you need to get in your safe space. Sahoya, Hidden Valley, Wildwood Shores, Quincy, areas near Marble Valley, as well as Blue Springs, Pine Grove Village, and Gold Branch. You need to get in your safe space immediately, as this does visually look like the storm will be intensifying further and further, and potentially even trying to produce a tornado. Let's get a new look at the tornado warning, because this is not updated on that screen. Is this a new... That is a weird polygon from National Weather Service in Birmingham. I'll tell you what. But once again, this thing probably has the best shot at trying to produce a tornado here. Right now. Right now. Once this red and this green go away, it's not going to be producing a tornado anymore. So,
northwestern Elmore County in east central Alabama.
And we also have a new tornado warning over in Elmore County, northwestern portions of Elmore County. We mentioned that this was a possibility earlier, if you were over near the Deatsville and the Wallsboro area. So if you're in Deatsville, Wallsboro, north of Wallsboro, you need to get in your safe space as well. We also mentioned, because all these storms are now starting to fire off now and trying to intensify. Prattville, there's also the potential for there to be something tornadic near your area as well. So I would watch out for that. Essentially areas that are all along I-65 from Montgomery and north of that, and even areas towards U.S. Highway 231 heading towards Sylacauga. I would say you guys need to watch out for this very, very closely. There's also another storm over here near Snow Hill and Minter. This was originally the Beatrice cell that is moving off towards the north and east. This one I would watch out for. So in Louds County, Alabama, I would start watching out for this here soon. Especially as this gets closer and closer to where it parallels State Highway 21. State Highway 21 is essentially going to be kind of the track of this system as it gets closer and closer towards areas like Montgomery and Prattville. An eventual track actually takes this storm towards the north and east towards Hayneville and eventually towards Montgomery. And so Montgomery, you guys, of course, won't have to worry about this for another hour, maybe hour and a half. But just kind of something to, you know, I think you really shouldn't be too surprised about if we start talking about your area here soon with the potential of there being a tornado. We also could be talking about 2 potential areas of rotation at the same time. Maybe 2 tornadoes that could be ongoing over here near Deatsville. So if you're in Deatsville, I think you need to get in your safe space. I think that's, you know, I think that's pretty safe to say. We look at the normalized rotation, you can see 2 distinct areas of moderate rotation here in green. One right there and one right there. So potentially 2 twin areas to where there could potentially be tornadoes that will be heading off towards the State Highway 111 area. So if you're in the northwestern portions of Elmore County and extreme northeastern portions of Autauga County near Deatsville, Alabama, you need to get in your safe space right now, as there could very well be a storm that could try to produce a tornado here relatively soon. Maybe even 2 for that matter. Going over towards the north, this one looks like a strong tornado, and that is a debris signature. That is a tornado on the ground, and this storm right here that is currently south of Talladega Springs, this one probably is a strong tornado in progress. We'll take a look at the delta velocity here, which essentially takes a look at how fast the winds could essentially be in this area. On one side, I'm seeing 47. On the other, I am seeing 75. And so we are seeing about 110, 115 mile per hour winds within the storm as of right now. And it just kind of fizzed out a little bit. So it looks like it actually outputted some strong velocities for a short time being, produced a tornado for a short time being, and then it actually dissipated. So I'm really hoping there isn't any real populous areas over here. It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like too many people live over here besides areas right along this area here. What is this? I'm assuming this is a river here. I'm assuming that that is a river. I am very curious as to what river that is, though. That is the Coosa River. That is the Coosa River. So some people over here living along the Coosa River. This actually looks like... Yeah, there are people that are living along that area. Lake Mitchell. Lake Mitchell Fishing Camp. Very interesting. Very interesting. That is now confirmed. The National Weather Service have now confirmed that tornado. And yeah, as I said, the velocities have kind of died out just a little teeny smidge. But this is a confirmed tornado now. Confirmed tornado warning here for northwestern Coosa County until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Guys need to get in your safe space over there if you haven't already, as a tornado is in progress. There is a debris signature right within there. You see this big ball, if you will, and right on top of the ball is where the velocity signature is, where the rotation is. Look at the normalized rotation, and you can see where the strongest areas of rotation actually is at. You can see that green area is right on top of where the debris signature actually was. So that was a tornado, at least if it was for a brief moment. We're hoping that the people over there along the Coosa River actually are all right. But once again, this storm has now had a history of producing a tornado. If you're in Stewartville, if you're in Overbrook, if you're near the Sylacauga area, south of Sylacauga, over near Nats Quarry, you need to get in your safe space now. We're going back to the tornado warning that's down towards Deatsville, because this one also looks like this one could have potentially produced a tornado. It actually is looking very likely that this thing has produced a tornado as well. So near Deatsville, north of Deatsville, along the State Highway 111 areas here in central Alabama, north of Montgomery. If you're north of Montgomery, north of Prattville, in the northwestern portions of Elmore County, you need to get in your safe space right now. I do believe that now is the time, if you haven't already, to go and get into your safe space, because these storms have definitely had some strong potential to try and continuously produce something tornadic across the board. So you need to get in your safe space right now if you haven't already. underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So please be sure, if you haven't already, all right, please spread this information with as many people as possible. All right, we're going to be on this for quite some time. These storms will eventually head off into Georgia. We take a look at what the risk for severe weather is here today. All the giant red boxes here are tornado watches that are currently in effect. But I want you guys to pay attention to the different contours in the background. We have our yellow contour, which is a 10% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. That is also where our significant chance for tornadoes is located as well. So if you're in those areas, you definitely should be monitoring the weather here today. But we also have to mention these brown areas here across the board, which are where the threat for tornadoes, even though are a lot lower, there is still a chance for tornadoes to occur in those areas. And you notice the current trajectory. If we play the loop here, if we go back to these storms here right now, if we play the loop of these storms, they're moving off towards the northeast, which means these storms, even though they very well could be a lot weaker, will be heading off towards the border of Alabama and Georgia, and maybe even towards the general vicinity of the central to north central portions of Georgia as well. So that would include areas like Atlanta, Noonan, LaGrange, even areas towards Phoenix City, Columbus, stuff like that, off towards the just that general area of DeKalb County, Douglas County, Cobb County, Fulton County, Clayton, Fayette, and Coweta counties. So if you're over there in those general vicinities, I would watch out for severe weather here tonight, as the potential for some of these storms over here in Georgia could leak out. And yes, that has now been confirmed. We now have a confirmed tornado warning here. Confirmed tornado in northwestern portions of Elmore County. There is the debris signature. We actually have a lot more well-defined debris signature. A lot of these blues that are inside the correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient essentially looks at whether or not the radar is looking at rain. And red is essentially rain. Once you start to get to the oranges, it starts to differ. Maybe it's mostly rain, but there is something else that, may not be rain. It could be hail. It could be solid objects like hail, as I mentioned, trees, any sort of debris. I've seen birds and smoke and bugs and stuff like that have shown up on radar with low correlation coefficient. So, in this instance, this is 100% debris. This is 100% from this tornado. I mean, you can clearly see this is where the normalized rotation is at. The higher values of rotation is where those green values are at. And you can see the larger swath of lower correlation coefficient. Maybe if this was just one small pixel, maybe I would say maybe that's not a tornado. Maybe that's not a tornado. We have a lot of it. We have a lot of low correlation or medium correlation coefficients within this area, right over the State Highway 111 area over here, north and west, or I should say north and east of Deatsville in northwestern Elmore County in central Alabama. So if you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. You need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Up next is US Highway 231. If you're in US Highway 231, this would be towards the areas over here near Buck, as well as Weoka Mills, Titus, Holtville, the 10 Cedars Estates, as well as Riddle. Holtville Road, if you're along Holtville Road, along State Highway 111 near Coosa River, you guys need to get into your safe space right now. Once again, 2 storms that have produced tornadoes here at the moment. I'm actually going to go back up to this one over here that was over south of Talladega Springs, because I do believe that this one could also be trying to produce another tornado. I think another tornado is definitely possible with this one due to the fact that we have a pretty tight couplet again with that. So we'll be watching out for that. But this is the reason why I said Stewartville, Gnats Quarry, and areas near Talladega Springs and Fayetteville, you guys should also be watching out for this still. Even if the rotation dies out a little bit, I think there could be another good chance that this thing could try to recycle, this thing could try to produce another one, and that is looking like that could actually be the case. We hope that that isn't the case, but just based off of the presentation from the velocity signature, and you can even see on the normalized rotation, we do have some moderate levels of rotation here according to the normalized rotation. So watch out for that. Once again, we'll go back down to the south here towards these areas north of Montgomery in Alabama, as we have a storm that looks like it's going to be continuing to produce a tornado as it continues to move across towards US Highway 231. So this is in the northwestern portions of Elmore County in Alabama. If you're in these areas, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we'll pull it back up here. We'll move over to the actual correlation coefficient so you can actually see there is the debris signature, and it is crossed over Holtville Road right now. It is heading towards the Lightwood Road area, about to cross over the Coosa River, actually in towards the Jordan Lake general vicinity, and then eventually it'll get towards Weoka Mills and Buick. So if you're near Weoka Mills, Buick, or Buick, probably Buick, as well as Titus, 10 Cedars Estates, and Riddle, you need to get in your safe space as well, and even towards the Buick Road areas and the Providence Road areas. So get into your safe space if you haven't already. Once again, it will cross over Lightwood Road here within a matter of minutes. So if you're on Lightwood Road, north of Holtville, near the Coosa River general vicinity, you need to get in your safe space right now. Weoka Mills, Titus Road area, right over there into Titus, you need to get in your safe space as well. And then eventually towards the Buick area, towards the Buick Road and the Providence Road area, as well as the Jackson Trace Road, you need to get in your safe space as well. This right here is the debris signature. We're looking at the correlation coefficient, and the correlation coefficient essentially tells us what is rain and what is not. Red is rain. Red is rain. And in this instance, the green right here, I mean, you can take a look at this green and say, well, let's see if this is the rotation. And you go over here, you don't see any rotation whatsoever. But you go back up here, you see, well, there is rotation here because with the Doppler velocity, we have a lot of greens moving towards the radar. We have some reds moving away, counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. All right, well, if we circle this and we go back to the correlation coefficient here to see, is there a low correlation coefficient? There is. There is a low correlation coefficient here, which tells me that there is a tornado in progress right now. It's lofting up debris in the atmosphere, which means that this is an ongoing tornado heading off towards Weoka Mills and 10 Cedar Estates. So if you live in those areas in Alabama, you need to get in your safe space right now. One thing that I also want to advise, someone on Twitter did a very good job of this. They created a map on Google Maps here for all sort of tornado shelters. All right, so if you don't know where some tornado shelters are, or if you are near one of them and you do not feel like, riding out this system, that is okay. That is okay. Go on to that map right there. You can find a local tornado shelter. I would highly advise heading east if you're out in front of these storms to get to one. But that is a map for all the tornado shelters over there that this person has found. So consider that if you do want to try and get to a safe space, especially if you're in a mobile home. If you're in a mobile home, that is definitely not a safe space for you to try and, and wait out a tornado. I've seen mobile homes even get damaged off of just strong damaging winds. So please be sure, if you haven't already, you get to a safe space, you get into a sturdy structure. If you know where a sturdy structure is that is anchored down to the ground, like a local gas station or a local market, get to that place. That way you can be able to try and wait out a tornado, have a better chance of protecting yourself than a mobile home. It looks like this storm could potentially be trying to recycle. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This thing does have a tornado in progress right now. As I've mentioned, this is still a tornado on the ground right now, north of Holtville in Alabama. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space right now. But I do believe that this thing could potentially be trying to recycle, and we'll talk about that here in a few minutes, especially if this rotation does start to die out over the next 5 minutes. If it does start to die out, then yes, my hypothesis may be correct in this thing trying to recycle already. But for right now, if you're over there in Holtville, there is still a tornado in progress. You can see right there, still a low correlation coefficient that is moving off over the Lightwood Road areas towards the Weoka Mills general vicinity. So Buick, Weoka Mills, Riddle, 10 Cedar Estates, Titus, areas in northwestern portions of Elmore County in Alabama. You need to get into your safe space right now, as there is still potentially a tornado on the ground as of this moment. We also still have our other tornado warning in northern Coosa County. This will be approaching the Sylacauga areas and the Nats Quarry, as well as Stewartville general vicinity. So I'll move my radar over there so that we can kind of see what's going on with this one. There definitely is a storm that could be also trying to rotate inside the tornado warning. There also is another storm that's north of that, approaching the Sylacauga area, approaching the Sycamore, the Winterboro, and the Childers area. So if you're over there, I would also watch out for the potential of a tornado in your general vicinity too. I would not be surprised if that was the case either, if that one could try to produce a tornado. So Sylacauga, Winterboro, Nats Quarry, Childersburg, areas maybe even closer towards Chandler Springs, and even Waldo, a lot further along the line. You guys could even be impacted by the storm as well. So watch out for that. Two different types of storms here, or I should say two different storms, both having tornadic rotation, are still there in that general area right along the border of Coosa and Talladega County. And yeah, I do believe that one actually might be the next one to produce a tornado warning. Maybe Talladega and Clay counties, western Clay counties, they could even be included in that tornado warning. Nice little snack to help me with the stream here today. Slushies also keep my throat okay. They keep it functioning. Because I definitely don't want to get a sore throat while talking about weather. Last thing I need is my throat being really hoarse while talking about all this stuff, because then no one's going to be able to understand what I'm talking about. There can only be so much that I can do. So yeah, I would watch out for that. Could these storms eventually be heading off towards Oxford? That's a good question. I'll pull this up real quickly, just only for a short period of time. Oxford. Yeah, I do believe these storms could be trying to head off towards Oxford, so I would watch out. But it's still a little bit of ways away before it gets there towards your area. I also want to mention before we head back to the tornado warnings, because other areas still are going to be impacted besides Alabama. Big line of storms that are moving on through into southeastern Tennessee and northwestern Georgia. So, the Dalton, the Ringgold areas, maybe even towards the Chatsworth, Tilton, and even towards areas near Murray County, as well as Gilmore and Fannin County in Georgia. You guys need to watch out for that, as well as Polk and Monroe counties in Tennessee. We could also be getting closer towards the Cherokee and the Graham County areas in North Carolina. They could even potentially be impacted with that as well. But that is primarily strong damaging winds. I'm not anticipating too much after that. So that'll be the good news for that. I don't see too much tornadic potential within those storms. But still, if you get a severe thunderstorm warning, stay indoors, wait for that line to pass. It'll be all done afterwards, all of that. People are asking about Georgia. I do believe these storms that are currently in Alabama will move to Georgia. So if you're on the eastern sides of Georgia, specifically east central Georgia, like Atlanta and Carrollton, Douglasville, Noonan, LaGrange, I definitely think you guys should watch out for severe weather here today. Once again, I will be covering this live throughout the majority of the day. So feel free to stay tuned to the stream. If you know anybody who wants this type of coverage or you want to just spread the information, whatnot, I mean, it really does help me a lot because there could be some people who are unaware about this style of weather that is occurring today. And so it's a good way to get the word out. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Really does help me spread the information practically everywhere. And by interacting with this channel, either by liking the live stream, which is hitting that thumbs up button down below, subscribing, turning on notifications, or even just chatting in chat, it really does help me get the information out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. The more one interacts, or the more people that interacts with one or more streams or videos, the more that content is going to be promoted to more and more people. So that's what we're going to want to do here. We're going to want to try and continue to increase our outreach to more and more people. So that way we can hope that if there are some people that live in these areas that are trying to figure out, all right, well, what's going on here with this storm? They'll be able to hear from us, and we'll be able to tell them what's going on. Spring City, Tennessee. We'll take a look at that here in a second. Will Gainesville and Atlanta, Georgia be affected by these storms here today? I do think Atlanta will be impacted here today. Gainesville might be too far northeast, but they are in a tornado watch, so I'd monitor that. Spring City, believe it or not, you guys actually are currently being impacted by some of these showers and thunderstorms. Wow, there's a storm that's over in Mississippi that's doing stuff. I want to go over to the radar over in Knoxville to try and make sure that you guys are okay real quickly. And while we're doing that, we'll catch up with some of these storms that are over here in Alabama. Once again, 2 tornado warnings, one in northern Coosa County and one in northern Elmore County. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning in southern portions of Talladega County. So if you guys live in those areas, I would continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows. If you can, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and these storms as possible. So that way, if anything bad happens for whatever reason, you're safe. All right? You know, if any sort of 2x4 decides to go through your wall, you're not next to your wall. You're in the lowest, innermost part of your building. You're far away from that outer wall. On the other hand, this is another thing to consider. Know where your protective gear is. Helmets. If you don't have a helmet, pots and pans, bowls, all that stuff that can protect your helmet, or that could be your helmet, protect your noggin, because 9 times out of 10, believe it or not, most fatalities that come from tornadoes are through head injuries. So be sure to get any sort of protective gear if you can, and also be sure to wear very good shoes. You know, not like flip-flops or sandals. Hard-soled shoes. So that way, on the off chance, once again, if you get impacted, you're not cutting your foot up into a million pieces because you got splinters all over the place. All right. So there's that. And if you used to play sports and you had, you know, like gear as well, you can put that on too. Once again, same thing as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. Someone asked for Wetumpka. Looking at Wetumpka right now here, we've got a storm that's currently over Prattville. It's not super strong at the moment, but it is moving off towards Wetumpka. If it does intensify, we could be talking about Wetumpka here soon, but for right now, it does seem to be just a lot of strong damaging winds within that storm. We'll keep you up to date with that, however. I think the storm that probably has the best chance of producing a tornado still is this one over here in northern Elmore County. This will be heading off towards the southeastern portions of Coosa County, heading off towards State Highway 9. It has crossed U.S. Highway 231, and it'll be heading off towards the western portion of Tallapoosa County into portions of the State Highway 63 area as well. So let me get radar omega so that you guys can kind of see what's going on with that. By looking at this, this will be heading off towards the Wind Creek Farms area, the Equality area, the Seaman area, as well as the Weoka area. It also could be Semin area. Speed, Nicksburg, Cottage Grove, Mount Zion, Our Town, Bulgers. And then maybe even Elk Hatchie Park and Alexander City a lot later on. What about Albany, Georgia? I believe you guys are a little bit too far away from the event to really get the main activity today. Tomorrow you guys could definitely get some activity, but today you should be fine. Lithonia, Georgia. What about you guys? Real quickly. Cunningham, Tennessee. Trying to look through. Chat's going by so quickly, so it's kind of hard to figure out. You know, try to get every single person. You know, I appreciate all, almost 800 of you watching right now and, you know, staying monitored with the weather. Really does help me out a lot. Lithonia, I do believe you guys could be impacted here this evening. I would say primarily strong damaging winds, but there could be a chance for something tornadic. I'll probably be here by that point. Yeah, Cunningham, Tennessee. That's Clarksville. Yeah, you guys are way good. You guys are good. You know, just for reference here real quickly so that everyone kind of is on the same page. Look over here. This is our outlook for today, severe weather outlook. And we can kind of see that everywhere that is essentially in this big red box, that's the people who are being impacted as of right now, or who are going to be impacted. So if you live in those red boxes, I would watch out for severe weather if I was you. On the other hand, I will say, if you are in Eastern Tennessee, you guys are the only place in Tennessee that are really going to get stuff here for the rest of the day. All right, so consider that. Consider that. What about Mobile? You guys do have a shot at getting some more stuff. So essentially, if you're over here in southern Alabama and western Florida, you guys still have a shot at getting some stuff, and you guys might even get a tornado watch a little bit later on this evening. But the primary threat is much further north, so I'd watch out for that. Someone asked about Chattanooga. It looks like Chattanooga is finally out of the risk because this main line right here, you see this big line of showers and thunderstorms. This is the main threat for you guys over here. This is going to cause some strong damaging winds for the most part, and it'll continue to surge off towards the east. So eastern Tennessee as well as western North Carolina, a lot of strong damaging winds is likely within that one. I'm going to go back to Montgomery here real quickly in Alabama because we still have a tornado warning over here for northern Elmore County. And I do believe this one probably has the best chance at trying to produce another tornado. So I'm going to watch this one very closely. But once again, State Highway 9 south and east of Rockford, south of Alexander City, near the Jackson's Gap area. Something to watch out for that. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Murray County in northwestern Georgia, southeastern Whitfield County in northwestern Georgia.
Interesting. What's the closest radar for that? That would have to be... it's right there, isn't it? It is right there. Cerrone with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. So we have a new tornado warning here in Georgia. Tornado warnings, I'll plural that, in Alabama plus Georgia. There we go. So that way we can make sure that the people who do see this on the YouTube algorithm, they know where the tornado warnings are at. But we have a new tornado warning here. This is Whitfield and Murray County in Georgia. This will be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you guys live over here in Dalton, Phelps, and Tilton, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. The rotation in itself, it's a little bit difficult to see, but it is kind of there. We have these greens that are moving towards the radar, just like that. And then we have these reds that are just kind of jutting away, just like this. So somewhere in this mess over Dalton is where the rotation is. The radar is just not having a great time figuring it out as to where it's at. But if we kind of zoom out a little bit, you can kind of see it a little bit better. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. The rotation is right there, just to the north and west of Dalton. We looked up a little bit higher, and we also went back in time by about, I'd say, 4 minutes. So you can see how that's kind of progressed over time. But very strong damaging winds regardless. Once again, very populous area over here. I mean, you could take a look. Dalton is very populous. Dalton, Georgia is very populous. So if you're in Dalton, Georgia, you need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. You can also kind of see a little teeny bit, before we go back into Alabama, you can also see a little teeny bit. Looks like there might be a little bit of a hook right there. You can kind of see the rain starting to kind of jut out in this specific spot right here. So that's also possibly another reason why they decided to go ahead and warn it. A little bit of a whirlpooling effect right within there, and maybe some moisture coming in to try and feed this tornadic supercell, or tornadic storm along the line, I should say, to try and produce something tornadic. So watch out for that. But once again, if you're in Dalton, Georgia right now, you need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, going back to Alabama, we knew this one was probably going to produce a tornado here relatively soon. And this one continues to have the best chance at trying to produce one. This is in northern Elmore County in Alabama. This one is probably going to go. If you're near Highway 9, north of Wetumpka, areas to the south and east of Rockford, and south and west of Alexander City, and if you're even south of Alexander City along State Highway 63, you need to get in your safe space. This one's probably going to produce another tornado, underground or lowest innermost part of your building with that one. You can see on reflectivity, big hook right within this area. And somewhere in this rain right here is where the rotation would be. This thing is rain wrapped, which means if you're trying to see this storm, if you're trying to, figure out where you can see it to try and, look at a tornado, you're not going to be able to see it until it's legitimately right on top of you, because it is surrounded by all sorts of rain, and it is making it very, very difficult for people to actually see it. So need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. All right, someone said they tagged me on Twitter, which, by the way, I highly advise that if you want to get a wording out to me by any sort, please at me on Twitter. And then if you find anything weather-wise, not only at me, but you can also at the National Weather Service in the local area. If you don't know who it is, then just at your local National Weather Service and it'll be fine. They'll figure it out. But just at someone from the National Weather Service. It'll make life a lot easier for them to figure out what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, this is what's sent in by Sean. This was on his Twitter account. I'll read what it says. It says, the 18Z BMX sounding shows an actually pretty favorable environment despite continued convection across the region. Surface backing is evident with a supportive photograph of tornadoes. Mid-level lapse rates and lower-level lapse rates are modest but sufficient. This was a couple of hours ago, which, yes, it is true. Lapse rates are sufficient enough. The wind profiles are sufficient enough. I mean, this is in a very good environment to try and sustain if it does. All right, there's so many thunderstorms here in this area that can also fight for the same environment, fight for that same energy. And there's only so much, energy to go around. So that is something to note there. If we were trying to think about the future of these storms. Oof. All right, let's go back up to the storm that's over here. The Sylacauga cell definitely doesn't look as strong as it once was, so that's the good news. We'll come back to that in a bit. We'll go back to the Dalton cell. Dalton, Georgia. Once again, Dalton, Georgia, Tilton, Georgia. You have a tornado warning right now. All right, this is for Whitfield County and Murray County. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're in Dalton, if you're in Tilton, you need to get in your safe space right now. As we got a big line that's just kind of surging on through. It's moving through just like this. The way they issued the tornado warning is very weird, in my honest opinion. But still, regardless, that is the reason why they issued the tornado warning. They believe that this line right here can issue, or not issue, can bring brief spin-ups within the line all the way through. It'll continue to just be brief more and more. It'll spin up. And they believe that they caught one on radar, at least for a brief moment. So they're trying to make sure that if the tornado does occur, that they're right on top of it. But this one's pretty difficult for them to kind of see. And the only reason for that being is, I'll zoom out here. Radar coverage. There's one radar right here, one radar right here, one radar right here, and one radar right here. And if you want to count it, one radar up there too. This right here is the closest radar, but it doesn't exactly do a great job of looking at radar, in my honest opinion. So it's starting to get further and further away from the radar. And the further and further away from the radar you are, the higher and higher radar looks up in the clouds. And obviously, if you don't know what's happening at the ground, what good does that do? So there's only so much that they can do to try and figure out what's going on. And any sort of, thing that they may get that is trying to, hint that a potential for a tornado is possible, they're going to try and pull that trigger. So that's the reason why they issued that tornado warning. They believe that they saw a brief area of rotation over here, over Dalton and over Tilton. And they've issued the tornado warning because of it. So, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, this is the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, which is essentially Atlanta, Georgia. They've issued that tornado warning for Dalton and Tilton. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sylacauga. Perfect. Sylacauga. Someone sent this to me on Twitter. It's sideways, so it's kind of hard for us to kind of see. So if everyone would tilt their head to the side. This was in Holtville. And I'm trying to see what they're looking at here. This is definitely looking off to the north. I think if there was a tornado, it would be somewhere in here. But a very interesting video there. As I said, if you guys have any pictures or if you guys have anything that you guys would like to send in to me, please be sure to send it to me on Twitter at Nate_Snyder. I'll send the link to my Twitter over there. Or you can post it in at me in the comments, which might actually be one of the easier methods for me to do it. Becca sent a sky cam. Lit. Or that's the camera that's over there. It's not Ace. That's still pretty. That still definitely is there. All right, so let me fix this now. The tornado warning has now expired in Dalton, which is the good news. It is indeed the good news. It looks like the cell near Sylacauga is still... Is it Sylacauga? I keep messing it up. Sylacauga. Jeez. That is a new tornado warning, however.
Tornado warning for northeastern Elmore County in east central Alabama, central Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama, southeastern Coosa County in east central Alabama.
I was gonna say about time, but you know what? There is that. When's the climax of the severe weather going to happen? It's supposed to be happening right around now and be continuing for another hour or two. But it will also eventually head off into Georgia too, which is new territory. I haven't really covered Georgia too much on this channel. But new tornado warning here. This is Tallapoosa County as well as northeastern Elmore, southeastern Coosa County as well. So if you're in those counties that were just called out for, you have a tornado warning here. Dadeville and Jackson's Gap need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Has this thing produced a second tornado here? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's been kind of stuttering for a little bit, which is kind of the good news. I'd like that to happen more often. Sooner rather than later, I think Montgomery and Madison, you guys probably should start watching out here in a bit. I think the storm that's south of Mainac is starting to approach. This was the storm that was over near the Pineapple and the Beatrice area that I was mentioning. You know, Montgomery could actually get some stuff. Now this is where I think Montgomery should start watching, because in the upper levels, it definitely looks like this storm does have some pretty strong rotation. In the lower levels, it's not quite there yet. So there's definitely a lot of time before this thing actually does something. But on the off chance that it does, Montgomery, I would have you guys watch out if you can. Dalton, Georgia storm, the rotation has weakened significantly on that one. It is now just very strong, damaging winds with that. But I'll show you that here real quickly by going over to the Huntsville radar. So big severe thunderstorm warning there in Dalton. Stay indoors if you guys can. And then if you're also over along the border of Tennessee and North Carolina, all the way up towards Knoxville and Morristown, stay indoors as well. Some very strong damaging winds with that storm across the board. Tornado just touched down in the Lake Martin area. That was over, that was in Elmore County, no? If that's the case, then yes, that is correct. There also could have potentially been a tornado in northern Coosa County as well. So that's another thing to note. But yeah, I would definitely watch if I'm in Montgomery, or if I'm east of Montgomery, even northeast of Montgomery, I would be watching out for that storm right there. Fayetteville? Let me take a look. Fayetteville, Georgia. Yeah, it does look like you guys could potentially be impacted here this evening, so I would watch out. Is there going to be another line of severe storms after this? Yes, but it probably won't be as significant. We'll talk about that a little bit later, though. Looks like the line that's moving through Wetumpka is below severe capability, so it's probably not as strong as those other storms were earlier, but stay indoors, please. There's also a cell near Orrville in central Alabama. Don't be surprised if that one in Dallas County near Selma. Don't be surprised if that gets tornado warned too. Or would not be surprised about that either. Yeah, that was a crazy warning for Dalton. But I'm glad most are okay. Just a little frightening. Looks like that cell that's approaching the Chandler Springs and Waldo area that came from Sylacauga is not doing as much. Looks like it's kind of been absorbed by this giant band of storms. It's now a giant cluster now. And it doesn't seem to be doing too much with that. So that's the good news for right now. But we'll take a look. We'll see how this thing could maneuver as it moves on through. Whereas Morgan, I believe he's still at school right now. Even though it's 3:28, I believe he's still over there. He's got to do some extra stuff. He's very busy typically today, for the most part. Unless if Morgan just comes out of nowhere and says, nope, what are you talking about? But I'm pretty sure if I actually listened to him last night. Keyword if. He's a little busy today. All right, so we're faced with a very similar situation that we had earlier, guys. We have a storm here on velocity. So if you guys were on the stream here, I would say, what, about an hour to an hour and a half ago? Something like that. We were looking at a storm that looked very similar to this, where we had a lot of bright reds and even pinks on one side, and then we had bright greens on the other, but it was kind of in a diagonal fashion. They weren't like kind of straight next to each other like that. So the big thing here is if this green curls around just like this a little bit more, or if this red curls around like this just a little bit more, we could very well talk about a tornado in progress within that. You are also suspended too. I wonder how that's going to work. It looks like the cell that's over near Chandler Springs in the upper levels is trying again. And it definitely is trying. A lot of strong damaging winds with it right now. I'll tell you what, the cluster is trying to reorganize. They did severe a storm down here in Grove Hill. For 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, so I'd watch out for that. That'll head off towards the southern Wilcox County area. Is Madison, Georgia going to be okay tonight? Tornado predictions for Knoxville, Tennessee. You're fine for the most part. Madison, the thing of it is, you guys are going to definitely get a chance tomorrow. You guys are definitely going to get a chance tomorrow for some tornadic activity. Today, it will really depend upon how far these storms actually move to the east. So, was the severe levels for today? We have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here today. 3 out of 5. Yeah, for you guys in Mobile, it'll be overnight tonight at around midnight. Or actually, it'll be a little bit past midnight. And they did severe that storm that's over near Chandler Springs, so that is gonna be a storm to watch very closely. Once again, it is just not going away. It's not going away at all. Speaking of not going away, we still have a tornado warning over here. This is for Tallapoosa County. I believe that areas in Coosa County and in Elmore County, from this particular storm that has moved off into Tallapoosa County, if you're in Coosa County or if you're in Elmore County, you're okay from this particular storm right here. All right, this storm right here that has moved off south of Alexander City. It's crossing over Highway 63 right now as we speak. This one is not impacting areas like Red Hill anymore, or areas south and east of Rockford in Coosa County. So you guys are good. It is now just areas over near Jackson's Gap and Dadeville here in Alabama, in Tallapoosa County, that are going to be the ones to really watch out for within this tornado warning right now. That is a new tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for northwestern Okaloosa County in northwestern Florida, northeastern Santa Rosa County in northwestern Florida.
Alrighty, well, not exactly what I thought was gonna happen here today, but, you know, I mean, it happens. So, new tornado warning in Florida. Santa Rosa County. If you are in Santa Rosa County, Florida, north of Milton, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you are in Santa Rosa County, north of Milton in Florida, you need to get in your safe space. Wow, this the normalized rotation is not saying anything, but spectrum width definitely is. That's a lot of turbulence, which tells me that there very well could be a lot of tornadic activity right within the area. May not be on the ground right now. That definitely is a lot of rotation over in that area. So if you're north of Milton, this is north of Milton, okay? Approaching the Allentown and the Munson areas here in Santa Rosa County, Florida, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you are in northwestern portions of, this would be Okaloosa County in Florida, you need to get in your safe space. Need to update the title of the stream so that way people know what I'm talking about right now, right? But lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Olive Garden, where is Olive Garden? I need a state. Olive Garden, Georgia? No. I would need a state to know where Olive Garden is for you guys. This one actually had a report of a funnel cloud earlier, believe it or not. Spotter reported that there was a funnel cloud with this storm back over in Pensacola. Is Prattville, Alabama going to get a tornado? Probably not. Don't believe it will be them specifically, but I do believe that they will be impacted by severe weather. So the thing of it is, it's so hard to figure out if every single city can get a tornado, because that's not how forecasting works. We can only say that there's the risk for it within their area. So, you know, I would like to say no just to, you know, calm people's nerves and stuff like that. But there always is a risk for it. So I would monitor the weather. Right now, you guys are good. Prattville is good right now. But if they issue a warning, you know I'll be already on it. I will be on it 100%. Once again, if you know anyone who lives within any of these areas that I have mentioned, please be sure to spread the information with them. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to more and more people on social media. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, all right, hitting that thumbs up button down below, or subscribing and even turning on notifications, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially spreading the information, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. It's just the more you interact, or the more people interact with a certain video or live stream, it'll continue to get recommended to more and more people. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Olive Garden, Mississippi. Are you talking about Olive Branch, Mississippi? Olive Branch is fine. Olive Garden. I don't think there's an Olive Garden in Mississippi. I think you might be talking about Olive Branch. Cabin with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you supporting the channel. I think this storm over here in Clay County that's moved from Talladega County, I think this one in Clay County might be trying to produce a tornado. Definitely some stronger amounts of rotation here. You can see, actually, according to the normalized rotation, which quantifies how strong the rotation is actually, English. English, ladies and gentlemen. Does Nathan know English? Does Nate Snyder know English? Anyways, this quantifies how strong the velocity couplet actually is. If it's blue, it's relatively weak. If it's green or yellow, it's moderate. And if it's red, pink, even white, then it is strong. And we've got some moderate rotation. So that kind of tells me that, maybe, just maybe, we have a little bit of something to watch out for. South of Chandler Springs, approaching the State Highway 77 area, near Ashland, Puritan, as well as Lineville, that general area over there in Alabama. So if you know anyone who lives in Clay County, Alabama in general, all right, Clay County, Alabama, I would advise them to get indoors and stay away from windows. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell in Montgomery. That is a new tornado warning, believe it or not.
Tornado warning for northern Clay County in east central Alabama.
Well, it seems that we're on the same page here today, as the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Clay County, Alabama. So if you're in Clay County, Alabama, you know what to do. Get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Is Hattiesburg going to be impacted? They're going to get another line later on tonight, but for right now, Hattiesburg seems to be all right. There's just some general showers and thunderstorms in that area. I'll be sure to tell you if anything does happen in Hattiesburg if you stick around, but if you can't, I understand. Just make sure you pay attention to the National Weather Service. If anything funny does happen, feel free to come back. But I do want to go over to the cell in Montgomery, because this one is the one that I've been saying, it very well could try to cause some issues for us further down the line in the future. I do believe that is the case. I believe this storm here in Montgomery is definitely, it's having fun, all right? This storm is definitely having fun with itself, but for the people who live over here, y'all are not having fun. So let's just hope that this thing does not do anything I do want to, here real quickly, if I can go over here, all right? Alabama has traffic cameras, and you know me, I love to use my traffic cameras. If I can get a traffic camera over here, and get a bird's eye view on what's going on with this storm, I might be able to tell you guys what's going on. Keyword might. I don't even know if there's any sky cameras in Montgomery either. It'd be cool if there was, so that way I'd be able to see what's going on, but. So that's Eastern Boulevard. I want the camera up top. Camera. I really wish there was a sky camera over here. That would be fantastic, so I can figure out what's going on. I'm combing the desert here. Oh, that's it. That's it right there. We found the camera. Oh, look at that. Hold up. Time out. Let's see if we can make this easier for us to watch. That is a wall cloud, ladies and gentlemen. That is 100% a wall cloud that we are currently witnessing right now that is moving on through south of Montgomery, Alabama. That is a wall cloud. That is a wall cloud. And as we are watching this right now, and of course the feed starts to just really have fun with me. Oh, what in the world? Go back, please. Oh, come on. This thing is really going to... There we go. View live stream, please. Don't care. There we go. There's the wall cloud again. This is what we're currently looking at over here in Montgomery. This storm right here, I've been saying, has the potential to try and produce a tornado. This one, maybe even further along the line, is definitely something we should watch out for. So, you know, when we talk about this storm, we talk about how, and this is not in Monroe, Louisiana, by the way. We'll have to change that to Montgomery, Alabama, of course. Montgomery, Alabama. We want everyone to realize that everyone that's on the western side of Montgomery, you guys are fine. The storm has already passed through. You can kind of already see, you know, right here's downtown Montgomery right there. Here's the storm in question. You can see it's starting to kind of hook a little bit, and this website continues to just kind of do funny stuff. I don't know why. It's not giving me a fun time, I'll tell you what. But there's the hook right there. That's basically where it starts to wrap the rain all the way around itself, and it's trying to turn in a counterclockwise fashion. So when you have that, that tells me that this thing is definitely trying to become tornadic, maybe even trying to produce a tornado. And so the people further along the line, along I-85, heading off towards Tallahassee, as well as areas over near Milstead and Shorter over here in Alabama, and even areas on the eastern side of Montgomery. Eastern side of Montgomery, north of Pike Road, north of Cecil. And we'll even talk about people near Arrowhead, Halcyon, Timberlane, Foxwood Trace. By the way, I totally butchered that name. So, you know, if you know what I'm talking about, please be sure to please be sure to just, use the power of assuming if you can. Let me see if I can get a better view. Better view, please. Stop giving me that. That's all the sky cameras I can use, unfortunately. That's all the cameras I can use to try and get a good view on this. So what I can do is hopefully yeah, we might be able to do something with this. This one might be helpful as well. But basically, if you're east of Montgomery, Alabama, you need to get in your safe space. It definitely does look like this thing could try to produce a tornado. We've seen this thing have a wall cloud for as long as Kingdom Come. I would not be surprised if this thing really does try to produce a tornado. We also want to mention here real quickly this other storm near Hardaway and Fort Davis. This one would be approaching the Tuskegee areas later on in Macon County. So Highway 29, US Highway 29 over there, going up to Tuskegee in southern Macon County. I would watch out for that one as well. That one could potentially have a shot at trying to produce a tornado. And then we also got to talk about these other storms that are further down south as well. These storms over here near Troy in Pike County as well as Barber County, these ones also have a shot at rotating across the board. We might actually have to start moving our radars over to try and account for it because everything is moving by rather quickly. I want to go back to this tornado warning that's over here in Florida though, because there was a tornado warning here. There still is. This is for Santa Rosa and this is for Okaloosa counties over here. This will be in effect, I believe, until 3:15, and it is until 3:15 Central. So if you're over in Munson, Good Hope, Blackman, you guys need to get in your safe space. If you're near anywhere else, all right, and you're encountering showers and thunderstorms in Florida, you guys are fine for right now, all right? But the one thing I will say is watch out for some of these storms that are coming off of the coast of the Gulf of Mexico and moving inland. Those ones could potentially be the ones to try and do something similar that we have over there north and east of Milton. So watch out for that. But the primary area, if we were going to talk about tornadoes and stuff like that, would definitely have to be south of that I-85 area over, or just even around I-85 over there near Montgomery. We still have some pretty strong rotation with the cell, though, near Munson. So if you live near Munson in Florida, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And I know some people, you're this close to the Gulf of Mexico, you probably don't have basements as well. You probably, that's not how that works. So that's fine. If you have a basement, get to it. If you don't, lowest innermost part of your building. All right? If you do that, you should be fine. Just make sure you get, once again, to the lowest innermost part of your building. Let's see. As I said, if you guys have anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me and the National Weather Service. @ me at Nate_Snyder. And then if you know your local National Weather Service office, or if you know their National Weather Service office from where that image was taken, please be sure to @ them as well. So that way you can, or they can figure out what to do with it. But I do want to start moving some of my radars over. And I think I'm going to do that by moving this radar over here that was over in Knoxville. And I'm going to move this all the way down over here towards Dothan. I really do believe that there probably should be a tornado watch here soon for southeastern Alabama. Because there is a plethora amount of cells. There are a lot of thunderstorms that are rotating across the board here. There are a lot of them. That one over near Union Springs still looks very good in Fort Davis. So that might be something to watch. And then some of these other storms that are, once again, just moving off into this area. A lot of these storms have rotation. All right? Almost every single one of them actually has tornadic rotation in them. It's just whether or not it's actually strong enough to produce is the real question. So that's kind of what we're going to have to deal with here, is that, we're going to have to kind of pick our poison as to which storms we really focus in on and try to make sure that if all of these storms, if one of them does do something, we got to be sure to quickly realize that and then try to, of course, tell people appropriately as to what's going on. But we still have the tornado warning for Clay County, Ashland, Lineville, and Piraton. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space as well. This one still has had, continuous rotation for quite some time. It's pretty broad as of this moment, though. So if there was anything to take away from this, that's the good news. But we've seen the same exact storm, recycle over and over and over again to where it just kind of rejuvenates itself. And if that continues to be the case, then we could potentially expect something else to be tornadic a little bit later on. But still, Piraton, Lineville, Ashland, Delta, areas over near Highway 77 and Highway 9, you need to get into your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I kindly ask real quickly, if you guys haven't already, please be sure to spread the information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to this live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way, if there's anyone who lives in these areas and they don't have coverage for local news or they don't have cable or stuff like that, they can find it on social media, because 9 times out of 10, people are going to go to social media to try and find it. So that's where I come in, all right? If no one else is live streaming right now, which who knows, I could very well be the only one, and I could be the only one telling these guys what's going on. So, please be sure to spread the information that I am at least out here, and I am trying to provide information for people to kind of try and interpret. If there's any new tornado warnings and they live within those areas, then they can also take in that information and be able to get into a safe spot. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. And if you want to help me spread this on YouTube, because a lot of you guys found me through YouTube's algorithm, this live stream was recommended to you, please be sure to interact with the channel by either commenting in the chat and stuff like that, subscribing, hitting that like button down below, or even, doing all sorts of other stuff. Just interacting with the channel. That really does help me spread the information a lot, especially by hitting that thumbs up button down below. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. This cell right over here near Troy, this one in Pike County, is definitely something I would watch out for. Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Looks like rotation near Navarre. Let me take a look real quickly at that, and then we'll go back to the other things. Yeah, but it's pretty weak, honestly. I wouldn't pay too much mind to it. It is pretty weak. It does look like the cell near Fort Davis is starting to kind of intensify further. This is probably one of the other storms that I would watch out for besides the one that's over east of Montgomery. That cell east of Montgomery, though, is kind of starting to lag a little bit. So before it had a really nice hook echo, right? Now it's kind of flattening itself out a little bit. It's arching, but it's not a very sharp arch compared to what it was before when it was all the way down here. So new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for North Central Bullock County in southeastern Alabama, southeastern Macon County in southeastern Alabama.
Yep. We kind of knew this one. Kind of knew this was going to be the case. This storm just has continuously looked like it has been intensifying further and further. It showed a lot of signs that it's more of a classic style of supercell. And it doesn't really have a whole lot of other storms to really fight against for all sorts of energy in this environment. This moisture is pretty much untapped. This thing looks like a classic supercell. It has got a very nice hook echo on this one right there, as you guys can see. This one right here This one might be something to watch very, very closely. So as we mentioned before, Fort Davis and Union Springs, as well as Tuskegee and Society Hill. If you guys are over there in Macon counties and Bullock counties, you have a tornado warning now until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you are hearing about this for the first time and you live in those counties, now is the time to go underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you don't have a basement, that's fine. It's okay. You don't have to worry about it. You just have to get into the lowest innermost part of your building, all right? It's not imperative for you to get into a basement. You just have to get into a sturdy building, all right? So mobile home will not cut it, all right? You need to get into a sturdy building. You need to get into the lowest innermost part of it, and you need to stay away from windows. If you can, if you know where your helmets are, or if you know where a giant pot is, stick that over your noggin too, because most of the time, all right, if someone does get hit by a tornado, 9 out of 10 times their fatalities are because of injuries that come to their head. So this is just kind of one of those things as an extra precaution. If it does produce a tornado, which it's got a bunch of side lobe contamination, so who knows how strong this thing actually would be. But this is just proper precaution, all right? If it does happen, at least you're ready for it. If it doesn't happen, fine, great. It's better for me to not have a tornado that I need to talk about. It's better for that. But, you know, the last thing we need, all right, and the last thing I even need as well, if I was in your situation, is me thinking, oh, well, the tornado's not going to hit me because it's so rare to get hit by a tornado. And then I get hit by a tornado. So you need to go ahead and heed the National Weather Service's warning, all right? Whenever they issue these tornado warnings, just like this one for Macon and Bullock counties, and this is right along the border, heading off just to the south and east of Tuskegee and heading towards Society Hill. If you live in these areas, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. If you have a basement, perfect, go to that. But lowest innermost part of your building. I actually want to see, I want to take a 3D of the storm. Because I do want to see what makes this storm kind of tick a little bit. Most of the other storms that I've seen here today have not looked like this one at all. So I want to see, oh, that is a very organized supercell from 3D. That actually looks very interesting. Let me see if I can, oh yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. So this is a very well organized thunderstorm. Supercell. Very well organized supercell here, according to my 3D model here of this storm. First off, what I can tell you is the updraft is very strong. It is tilted, as most tornadic supercells should have, because the wind shear, as you go with height, increases more and more and more. And the winds are going from your southwest to your northeast. So you can see that as the rain gets put up into the sky, the rain gets tilted further and further out in front of the storm, which shows you that the wind shear is very strong. So when I say the updraft is tilted, you know that it is a tornadic updraft right within there. And that's your updraft. All that rain gets put up just like that. So that is a very well-organized supercell, which is the reason why they've issued that tornado warning. But the other reason why I find this very, very interesting is because you kind of see down here. So we have this big body of rain up at the top. Look below the body of rain. You see this kind of low-hanging, you know, lip of rain and stuff like that, and how it looks like air goes into the storm? That right there is the inflow notch. This is where a lot of your moisture in the atmosphere gets channeled in towards. And if you can think of every single thunderstorm like Pac-Man, Pac-Man goes through the different levels. They eat the little dots and stuff like that, and once all the dots are gone, they complete the level, they go to the next one. And they want to eat all those dots, all right? That's their food. You know, if you were to think of, you throw fish food in a fish tank, and you have a fish in there, fish is going to eat all those little dots and stuff like that. Same premise, all right? These supercells are going to want to try and eat as much moisture as they possibly can. On the other hand, there's only so much moisture and energy for them to go around. So the ghosts to a storm, all right, because as I said, the storm is kind of like Pac-Man. The ghost to the storm is each other. The ghosts in itself are the other thunderstorms, because there's only so much energy to go around, and when thunderstorms kind of collide with each other, they temporarily weaken for a good bit. You know, they weaken significantly for a good bit before they finally, you know, try and figure out, all right, well, which storm was stronger, which one stays alive the most, and stuff like that. So by looking at this storm right here, we've got a well-organized inflow notch. If we take a look at the normalized rotation, which essentially quantifies how strong the rotation is, you can see how high it goes up into the atmosphere. This is the rotation here in blue, and you can see it goes over 20,000 feet. 20,000 feet is this line right below the red line. All right, so if I were to kind of rotate it back around again, see that left side over there? That's 20,000 feet right here, and you can see this line doesn't even go over this big massive blue, which means that this thing has got rotation spanning from the surface all the way up to about, I would say, even 20,000 feet. So this thing is definitely a strong supercell, is a classic supercell, and we also even have a lot of turbulence aloft with this as well. So don't be surprised if all this stuff comes crashing down, and we're talking about a tornadic storm. And by the way, just one last thing here with the storm relative velocities here. This is all your inflow. This is all your moisture that's coming into the storm. There is a lot of it. You can see a lot of storm relative velocities that are surging right into the storm. That is how much stuff is being picked up by the storm. All of this massive green is your winds moving into the storm with all of that moisture. So this is a storm that we need to watch out for. There's, as I said, a very good reason why it has been tornado warned. And if you live in Macon County, if you live near Society Hill, if you live along the border of Russell, Lee, and Macon counties, eventually towards Phoenix City and Columbus, or I believe this is, yeah, that's Columbus, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space, all right? Specifically if you're inside Society Hill. If you're in Phoenix City and Columbus, you have a little bit of time, actually. You have a lot of time before these storms actually get near your area. I'll take a timing here for you guys, and it'll take about an hour before it actually gets into your area, so you guys can even think about it for a little while. But Fort Davis and Society Hill, you guys over there need to go ahead and head over into a safe space. We're talking about Warrior Stand, Creek Stand, Boramville, as well as areas near Cotton Valley and Davisville, Society Hill, all of those areas that I just mentioned, including areas near County Road 47 and County Road 10. You need to go ahead and get into your safe space. If you have an underground facility, go to it. But if you don't, it's okay. In the lowest, innermost part of your sturdy building. All right, so that does not include a mobile home. All right, mobile homes, you need to find that sturdy building. Get into the lowest, innermost portion of it, and stay away from windows. If there's a closet, if there's a bathroom that's not touching the outside of that building, get into it. If not, just get into the innermost part of the building. Stay away from windows. We also have what appears to be a couple other tornado warnings. The one that's up to the north that was over in Clay County, that has now expired. And then the one that's actually down to the south, that's also expired too. So this is really our only tornado warning here right now for Macon County. So good news for that. But the only thing that I got to say, all right, with the lack of, with the fact that there's only one tornado warning here, I do believe that could actually potentially pick up. And the only reason why I say that is because we have a couple of these storms that are over here south of the tornado warning that also have rotation too. We have this one over here near Midway. We have another one near Mount Andrew. We also have another one north of Troy. And we can even go down the line further towards the south and west. Of course, they're a little bit weaker, but as they go into this environment, it's going to be the same exact thing. We're going to be talking about, once again, more and more areas of rotation. So don't be surprised if your county is called. All right, if you're in southeastern Alabama or if you're over in western Georgia, all right, don't be surprised if your number is called if there is a tornado warning. And I'll be here. You guys know I'm here for the majority of the events ever. So stick with me if you guys would like to. Hopefully I can at least provide a little bit of comfort for you guys. Severe risk is increasing across the area. A new tornado watch could be needed this afternoon. Yep. Kind of surprised they didn't issue it already, but it is what it is, isn't it? There is a tornado watch in northwestern Georgia. I do believe that's probably going to be canceled, though. And speaking of which, I'll share the screen here real quickly so you guys can actually see. I'll hide that so that way it looks a whole lot more appealing. But if you're in any of these large red boxes, you guys are the guys that should be probably watching the weather the most here today. All right, so if you're in any of these red boxes, I would watch very, very closely. If you're not in any of these red boxes, I wouldn't worry about it for right now. But the red boxes are the ones that I'm going to be talking about here today, at least as of this moment. I also would not be surprised if there's a new tornado watch that's issued down here too. Additional red boxes that are issued over here in southeastern portions of Alabama, or maybe even an extension for these watches. Something of the sort. Just don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if it happens. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Notches. No tornado possible tag with that. I wonder why they still have a tornado watch issued for this area. I'll have to look into it a little bit later. I also want to talk about one more thing before I get into something else here. The tornado warning that we were talking about over in Macon County. So I looked up a little bit higher into the sky. Sometimes that could actually help us out figure maybe what's going on with the storm. All right. So originally at the surface, this is what we're looking at. It's looking about 1,000 feet above the sky. You know, above the sky. Wow, we're looking pretty high there, above the ground. 1,000 feet above ground level. And I decided to say, you know what? Let's look up about 7,500 feet above ground level. Maybe that can kind of give us an idea as to what's happening with the storm. Because as I said earlier in the stream, a lot of the storms create rotation in the upper levels, and then it starts to come down towards the ground. So I'm looking at this now. Once again, 7,500 feet above ground level. We've got some pretty strong rotation within this here. So this thing is not gone. All right, it's not completely gone away. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if something else changes here in regards to its intensity towards the ground, if that can start to translate. All right, if it translates towards the ground, we probably could be talking about something else that could happen with that, with that storm. There's also, once again, the original reason why I thought that this could potentially be tornado warning is still there. This kind of little vorticity current, this something that I call an ELF, a left flank velocity enhancement that gets pulled into the storm. So that right there in itself is a reason why I'm watching that very closely. Don't count this storm quite out yet. Just because it hasn't produced a tornado doesn't mean that it won't. It definitely could. I'm also watching, honestly, the storm south of Hurtsboro. That storm south of Hurtsboro might be something that we should watch out for very closely. And then maybe the cell that's north of Clayton, too. Although we probably would have to look at a different radar to try and figure out if that is actually true. You know what? We have time. Let's look at it. Let's see what's going on. It's kind of there. Storm motion for morning. There we go. So much better. Yeah, that cell south of Hurtsboro definitely is one that we're going to have to watch. And this cell over here near Mount Andrew, also something we're going to have to watch. So yeah, 3 different areas of rotation here. I would not be surprised if all 3 of these storms got tornado warned. That is if they continue on this current trajectory. Will Talladega get anything? Right now, it looks like the main risk has passed for, for this afternoon. There is another line of storms that's going to be moving on through tonight, a little bit after midnight. So watch out for that. But other than that, for right now, you're pretty good. Could you check the cell that might hit Atlanta at 5:30? I am looking at all these cells that could potentially hit Atlanta. These are the ones right here. I do believe that Atlanta could very well be impacted by some of these storms. To what extent? I still, haven't really gotten an answer quite yet. I'm looking at how these storms are evolving, and it kind of makes me think that maybe a lot of the main activity could be a little bit further south. But I do believe Atlanta at some point could be seeing some severe weather at some stage. We could also be talking about the potential for a bookend vortice here. Maybe a little spin-up tornado that can occur right in this area over here. So maybe some area northwest of Lafayette on State Highway 77 near 5 Points and Stroud. South of Wadley, south and east of Daviston. Don't be surprised if there's something over there as well. Yeah, that is some side lobe contamination if I haven't figured out already. That is definitely fun. So is this storm. Yeah, I'm not giving up on this storm quite yet. This one definitely looks like it is primed to try and do something. Let's take a 3D of it, shall we? Let's see if we can dissect this storm. Oh, what in the world? What is this thing doing? So, the updraft is now straight up for the most part. Slightly tilted, but straight up. Which leads me to believe that this thing might be recycling. It's trying to get its act together some way or another. But it is definitely not looking like a usual supercell that would be producing a tornado at the moment. Yeah, that is... I mean, it's got a very huge inflow notch. It's trying... You know what it might be trying to do? It might be trying to strengthen its updraft. Now, I don't know how this would be possible, because I would have to do a lot more research into this type of stuff. But we remember how low the inflow notch actually was on the last 3D imagery that we did. It looks like the ceiling for all that rain base is starting to move up. And if that's the case, it might be trying to clear out a larger inflow notch for all of that moisture to get in. If that's the case, this thing is definitely in the process of recycling, and it is trying to get into a more mature phase of being a supercell. So that is definitely a possibility. Can it do it, though? Will Atlanta get anything? There's a good chance they will, severe-wise. New tornado warning for northern Clay County? Doesn't look like it. There was a tornado warning over there. Keyword was. Yeah, I'm not leaving this cell over here near Fort Davis. This thing has gotten a really good environment. The storm over here near Tallahassee has really just kind of flattened out. I don't know what happened to it, but it definitely just said, yeah, I'm not functioning anymore. This one over here, Society Hill. Society Hill and areas around Society Hill on US 80. Due west of Crawford and eventually towards Crawford. You guys are going to have to watch out for this very closely. By the way, I appreciate your guys' support so far by helping spread the information to as many people as possible. For the people who are new, please be sure to help continue to do that by copying the link to the live stream, putting it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. If you have a friend, send the link over by a text or a direct message. That way we may be able to, once again, continue our outreach. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, even subscribing and hitting that notification bell, or even just, saying stuff in chat, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube and getting out onto more and more people's recommended feeds. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already, as it really does help us out a lot in getting the word out to more and more people. New tornado watch has been issued. A new tornado watch has been issued. Now, I currently don't know what the probs are, but if you guys want to go ahead and take a part of the game and guess, feel free to do so. For the people who are new to the channel, whenever a new tornado watch is issued, they issue two different style of probabilities. They issue the first probability, which is the probability of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within that specific tornado watch. And they also issue a second number for the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes within that tornado watch. The first number is always larger than the second number, so it'd always be something like 95-80, 80-60, 70-20, something like that, 60-20. We saw 60-20 earlier on today. 50-30 is realistic, 40-20 is realistic as well. And once again, this is a new tornado watch for Greenville, Evergreen, Bruton, Opp, Dothan, Eufaula, and Albany over here in Alabama and Georgia. Yeah, I do not have the official, there it is, just popped up in front of my face. All right, survey says, ready? 50-40. 50-40 probability. 50-40 probability. So there you go. There's your new tornado watch. A 50% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes and a 40% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. Will Prattville get anything? In another couple hours, yes, they will. Or actually, they're getting stuff right now, to be fair. But it's not, like, strong stuff. So Yeah, once again, a new tornado watch has been issued. Southeastern Alabama, southwestern Georgia. We currently also have a tornado warning over here for portions of Macon County, approaching the Society Hill areas. If this thing does get continued, it'll be portions of Lee County as well as portions of Russell County in Alabama that will get into the tornado warning. Or even if this thing continues to become tornadic. And it does look like, in my honest opinion, that this thing still looks like it is. So there really isn't any reason for it not to be continued. Other than, you know, just because it's not working on the ground doesn't mean, you know, doesn't mean it's doing anything. So I would watch out. If you're in Lee County, if you're in Russell County over here in Alabama, I'd be watching out for this tornadic thunderstorm. Just got a report of 1-inch sized hail in Montgomery from a while back. Why that helps us out right now, I have no idea. But, you know, just that is the latest report that we have gotten. That is very, very helpful. Clearly. Clearly. We're also starting to get some severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to filter out into Georgia. So LaGrange, you got a storm that's moving on through from Lafayette. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County as well as Harris County in Georgia. This will be in effect until the top of the hour, until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I would take note of that if you guys can. Why is there a question mark on the report? I don't know. These reports are definitely super informative and professional, aren't they? So now I can turn it off of Florida. It's just tornado warning in Alabama. Boom. So that is done. And we've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, honestly. A lot of coverage here. I'm actually very curious to see what's happening from this radar. It looks like the Troy storm is still rotating. It's rotating rather quickly as well. So that might be something to watch for. It looks like there's a cell that's in Okaloosa County, Florida. Very, very weak. But if it continues on its trajectory, that might be something to watch out for, too. The storm that was over south of Union Springs that has moved to the northeast hasn't really done too much, but the one that was over near Clayton still is trying to continue to be tornadic. So that one might head off towards Columbus. Once again, we'll have to continue to watch out for that very closely. By the way, I really do appreciate everyone's support. We've been trucking on through. Last night we hit 35,000 subscribers. We're only one subscriber away from 35,200. Now, I know that's nowhere near Ryan. I mean, obviously he deserves his stuff. But, you know, these little milestones always make me appreciate all the things that you guys do for me. So, thank you so much. We've been doing this for quite some time, too. 3.5 years now, almost 4 years coming up at the end of June. Didn't think I'd be sitting in a chair and talking about weather for 3.5 years. But yeah. Still a lot of strong damaging winds. This radar over here in Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, never really cared for it too much. Discord link, please. Yes, I definitely can do that. If you want to join the Discord server, feel free to do so. Link is in the chat right now. Boom. Discord link. Yeah, we're gonna get there. I told you we're gonna get to 100,000 subscribers eventually. It'll happen. I really gotta just be consistent, honestly. I definitely would have got there like a lot earlier this year if I just was super consistent. But it is what it is, honestly. Doesn't matter all too much. Yeah, the cell over near Linwood and Inverness in Bullock County. This one definitely is something that I would watch for. Once again, got a little bit of contamination with that, but there's always going to be a bunch of contamination with these storms. This thing didn't fully wrap around either. What in the world is happening here? Let's see, we've got southeasterlies. Oh, we've got southerlies right here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? From a weather perspective, hear me out. Hear me out. All right? For the people that are familiar with weather, put your thinking caps on real quickly. All right? That's a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Randolph County in east central Alabama, northern Chambers County in east central Alabama.
That's not something to put your thinking caps on. Oh, that is that is some rotation there that just recently blew up there. 5 points in Stroud. That sounds familiar. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. As there's definitely some rotation, albeit it's not the same area of rotation that I was talking about. It is still rotation in the same spot. So Stroud and 5 points. If you're over there in Alabama, you need to get into your safe space. So that's Randolph and Chambers County in Alabama. That is a tornado warning until 4:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Iron Jedi with the membership, the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. All right, put on your thinking caps real quickly. All right. I'm looking at the surface METARs. All right, I'm looking at the weather, the wind direction and whatnot, right? So I'll turn off the radar. You can see the METARs down here. There's some right here. There's some over here. And then there's some over here. All right? And there's even some over here as well. All right? These METARs down here in Dothan, there are south-southwesterly winds. Just like that. Winds coming out from like that. This METAR is almost due southerly. This one is almost due southerly. This one's due southerly. This one's due southerly. So we have southerly flow over here, right? We have winds over here coming from the southeast, 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 southeast. And then we also have this from the southwest as well. All right, so that's our current wind direction. All right, all these arrows is our wind direction as of right now, okay? Then we have winds moving this way, 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 and winds moving this way. All right? So what we essentially have right now, okay, is we have probably some form of low pressure system, a meso-low right here over Auburn. All right, very, very weak one. All right, but it is bringing in a lot of moisture into this stuff, into this area, which is the reason why this is all consolidated. Now, what that also tells me is that the vorticity could potentially be relatively high around this area too. And the only way to verify that is by going on to the mesoscale analysis. And that is exactly correct. That is exactly correct right there. We have a lot of vorticity in this area. A lot of vorticity, and we have a lot of energy right within this area. So what's essentially happening is we have a little mini low pressure system that is within this area here right now, little low pressure system that is creating a lot of vorticity within this area, which is essentially heightening tornadic rotations within specific storms. The only thing that's really holding this thing back, though, all right, and this would be the only thing that I would really be watching out for, if you will, is the further north you go, the lower the lapse rates are, which means that sustainability then comes into question with every single storm. All right. So by looking at this, by understanding what is happening right here, all right, the best chance for storms to try and produce tornadoes is the ones that are south of I-85 over here. Particularly ones that are over here. Probably not the ones that are over near Troy at the moment. Does that sound structurally sane? Does that sound sane? Am I too insane for talking about weather? Does that sound about right? Because, you know, you look at all these storms, right? All the main storms that are producing tornadic rotation is all over here. The ones that are, you know, that one is just like this bookend vortex thing that just randomly spun up and it's died now. What's my thoughts on Atlanta? They will see some severe weather more than likely at some point this afternoon. So I will be covering it. Yeah, that's out of KMXX. That's officially passed. The line, the pseudo-low is already passed off to the east. There's already, you know, the low is already passed to the east. So the actual tornadic potential from these main storms is no longer centralized over the radar. It's now moving east of that, which means the radar wouldn't be able to catch that. It would have to be the stuff that was before then. I will take a look at the VWPs to verify that, though, which is probably what you're talking about at the moment. Yeah, it is very unidirectional. Man, I wish I had more. I wish I had more frames because the low pressure system is definitely for this. Ugh. What about KEOX? KEOX. That looks a lot better. It's not enough to probably produce significant tornadoes. But that looks a lot better than, you know, what is a lot further towards the north. Southerly wind, for the most part. Actually, we got south-southwesterly winds moving up, which is kind of what we were saying. And then it veers up in the atmosphere. Changes up that way. So yeah, that sounds about right. This cell near Inverness is really having a fun time, I'll tell you what. Although, I love how the rotation just kind of stopped functioning after 8,500 feet. What is it looking like for Columbus, Georgia? Yeah, you guys are getting a lot of severe storms that are moving through your area. I would stay indoors. I would definitely stay indoors. I don't see anything super tornadic at the moment. That could definitely change in about an hour, so I would just continue to watch the weather. But for right now, I would say you're all right. Yeah, my sanity is definitely. Commented on Discord, asked you a question. Be great. Did you put it in off topic? Did you put it in severe weather chat? I don't know where you put it in Discord. What chat did you put it in? Because there's all sorts of different chats that I'd have to scroll through to try and find it. Yeah, if you're in Bullitt County here in Alabama, I would definitely watch out. I would definitely watch out for something to be tornadic, especially if you're in central and northern as well as eastern portions of Bullitt County in Alabama. There is definitely something tornadic here. How is Auburn, Alabama doing? Auburn's currently, they're seeing some, actually, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued because of it. You guys are about to see a severe thunderstorm here in a bit. So I would watch out. I would watch out for it. It's legitimately right next to you all, so you might even be able to look out your window to see it. Stay indoors though, alright? I see a lot of strong damaging winds within this storm. Nothing really too tornadic, so I mean, it's not like anything really bad's gonna happen with this storm in particular. But as of right now, as long as you guys stay indoors, you'll be fine. I still believe that this storm near Inverness, even though it's got some form of side lobe contamination, I still think that this one probably should be watched. A lot of strong rotation with this little mini supercell. Little mini thunderstorm. A lot of strong updrafts within these storms, too. I'm kind of surprised. Our other chat, perfect. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Because right now we do have a plethora of moderators. I'll have to talk to bunch of my other mods if they think they are overwhelmed at the moment. But I will definitely consider it. How about Headland, Alabama? Yes, let me take a look at that real quickly. What's up, Mr. Weather Forecast? How do, how do? You're north of Dothan. So we got a couple showers and thunderstorms that are over near your area. Nothing super tornadic at the moment, though. We do have a tornado watch for your general vicinity, so I would just watch for the weather. I would keep monitoring the changing conditions. If they issue any sort of warnings, please heed them by getting into a sturdy structure and staying away from windows. You do that, you'll be pretty good. Prattville should be fine. They're starting to kind of just get general showers and thunderstorms at the moment. So I wouldn't be too worried for them, but I'll keep watching it. Yeah, this sells south of Union Springs, near Aberfoyle. Someone just screamed for me, so give me a second. All right, so I regret to inform. All right, something just came up. So it's not anything super serious. I just need to go do this because my goodness, there is no communication whatsoever in this house. There is no communication. So I am left with a short straw to do it, and I need to go do it. So one of two things can happen. One of two things can happen. Either A, I leave the stream up, I let radar play and whatnot, and then in about 2.5 hours I come back. But by then, most if not everything is done. Or I end the stream now, and it'll be it. Unless if one of my friends wants to take over the stream for a little bit. Doesn't look like anyone's really on, though. Roanoke? Are we talking about Roanoke, Alabama? Roanoke, Alabama is north of 5 Points. Yeah, maybe. Maybe a brief debris signature. Very brief tornado. Lamau. Volunteer Caleb. That's nice. I hope you know Caleb if I actually do that. Oh boy. People are actually saying give Caleb a shot. Caleb, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll do it. Okay. Hopefully you've got some form of radar, though. All right. Do you have any radar? Because you're going to have to screen share. I'll be in your server. I'll actually be in your server. All right. If you've got a radar, I will let. If you get into the server that you're in, I will screen share your application, and then boom, I'll let you take it from there. Might as well, right? All right, go get in your server. I don't know myself. Short straw. What I will do is I will hide that. Hide my face cam. Pop this out. If Caleb gets in here sooner rather than later, should be all done. Let's go left screen. Hide. Alrighty. I should drop my Cash App in there. Well, I guess if people really want to do that, they can. Um, Cash App. All right. I'm not sure. Is Caleb gonna get in here or not? Because I really do need to leave, like, yesterday. I really need to leave, like, yesterday. Lamau. Oh, I'll call. There you go. I thought you were gonna be in your server, Lamau. Oh well.
I can go into that if you want.
Nah, it's fine. It'll be good. All right. Go ahead, share your screen,
All right.
and then I'll let you take over. Fun stuff, right? All right. Do that. Boom. All right. Go ahead and share your screen. I will say, your bottom part of your screen is green, so consider. There you go. Now it's fine. Oh well.
Okay, is it good enough?
Yeah.
Can y'all please be quiet? All right. So you can see everything, right?
Yep. It's all good. All right.
All right.
Have fun.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be back hopefully in an
Thank you,
hour
guys.
or 2 hours, something like that.
All right. Hopefully my computer doesn't decide to be slow now. So we do have a tornado warning for East Alabama still, and that is Randolph counties. And my radar is not loading right now. All right, there it goes. But it looks like they'll probably end up expiring that tornado when the storm is making on that area. But we still do have the storms in southwest Alabama. So we have a lot of mini supercells out here right now, with some of them having decent rotation. This cell actually near Midway has some pretty good rotation that could be cited. That Midway cell probably needs to be watched over the next 15 minutes as it heads up towards Hertzburg. Hertzburg. See, I'll try to turn up my mic. Is it better now?
I'll turn it up. Give me a sec. 2 seconds.
Thank you.
1, 2.
Tornado warning for
Should be good.
southeastern Logan County in central Illinois, eastern Sangamon County in central Illinois, west central Macon County in
Storm
central
around
Illinois.
Midway is starting to pick up rotation. See what's closest radar. Looks like Montgomery's probably the best radar for it. KMXX. But the storm does appear to be kind of linear. As you can see, edge. See what it's been doing. You could get a very brief tornado around Midway. I'll make it on the ground. There's a tornado warning up in Illinois now. And we'll see if it is on the ground. Hard to say. I mean, kind of looks like inflow because the blue is right. Hey, tornado eclipse, was that confirmed by spotters or what? I don't see anything on CC in previous scans either. Well, correlation coefficient. I think Nate forgot his mic. So it was spotted confirmed. The tornado noise hit places like Laverne, Thames. I can't say that. and Illinois. I'm worse than they at town names apparently. Need to be taking shelter as this is a confirmed tornado by spotters. Now, not sure if it was brief. Hey Nate, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but your mic's not muted. So we'll go back and look at the storms down in southwest Alabama, southeast Alabama, southwest Georgia. As we still do have a lot of beams on the radar. And the storm near Midland is still rotating. The storm near Midway, it will be moving up towards Curtisburg, Pittsview, Seal, and we're going to turn on storm tracks. All right, I'll check in a second. Zach. So here's the track for this Curtis, the Midway cell. Now the tornadic part of cell will probably go just south of Curtisboro, but it could occlude off to the north. So if it weakens, it will probably go like this. But if it keeps on the same track, same strength, it'll probably just keep going like this. Straight off to the northeast. Let's see, let me see what she's acting. So it looks like it was just a rogue tornado in Illinois. Here. I'm not sure if I can show that, so I can take a chance. But we still have multiple storms rotating in southeast Alabama and southwest Georgia. Take a look at this cell near Ableview. Tornado warning in Illinois. We go back up and look at that storm. Now this storm's so close to the radar right now, it's gonna be hard to see if we have any rotation. But you can clearly see that the storm has a decent hook with probably some small hail, pea-sized quarters, well, pea-sized nickel. And the storm's gonna go straight through Levam. I can't say that town name still. Here, can somebody in chat say how to say that town name? Clayton, the wall cloud in Montgomery, the storm that just went linear pretty much. So the rotation died down and yeah. Let's check the severe thunderstorm one getting south northeast Louisiana. And this storm does have very, very broad rotation. So places like Macomb, Maginot, and anywhere on the I-55 corridor probably needs to be watching this cell. probably has up to quarter size hail, and is having a lot of lightning, but has a decent little hook, probably 60 mile per hour damaging winds. All y'all are seeing now what it's like when I look at the weather. You can see how much more Nate has experience. How much I can't speak English now. This cell south of Fort Phoenix is rotation. Rotating. Wait for my thing to load so I can go back and look at it. But it does have a hook with a decent little velocity couplet. And it's gonna go straight through to Stow. And yeah, rotation is picking up on it over the past 2 scans. That could be sideways though. I don't think it is, so. Your boy Jake, Nate is taking a break right now. Nate said he'll probably be back within an hour or two, so. But severe storms will probably be moved out of the main area by then. Still a lot of rotating cells going on in southwest Alabama and southeast Alabama and southwest Georgia. Yeah, Trainwreck, I'll talk about that in a minute. I'm not sure. Let's see if I can change my sharing to mode. Change window. See. So we're going to talk about what could be happening later today as storms progress. Um, um, Now, can y'all tell me if that works? Good at that. So let's go to 20Z Earth. And then let's see, let me go to local. And time is up in Central Standard Time up in the top left. As we go on, you can see showers and storms still going on throughout the area. And some more start to develop behind around Jackson, Meridian, and areas of Mississippi. As we go on to about 8 p.m., more storms get more numerous. And you still have storms going on around Columbus, Montgomery, Dothan areas in southeast Alabama. And this is around the time where we start getting a line of storms that start developing. And once this line of storms passes you, your chances of severe weather will be pretty much completely over. So areas of in Huntsville and Tupelo, Jackson, your chances of severe weather will be over. Well, areas of Tupelo, Jackson, well, your Florence, your chances of severe weather will be over around 12 a.m. tonight, and then Huntsville, places west in the. I can't speak English. I'm sure y'all can tell I'm nervous. Places east of Madrid. Um, then places west of Jasper, Alabama, west of Pullman, around 2 a.m. your severe threat starts to get over. Then west of Birmingham and west of Tuscaloosa and Hattiesburg, your severe weather threat's over at around 3 a.m. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Fort Payne areas, high top. Your severe weather threat starts in around 4 a.m. And Mobile, your line of storm starts coming through around 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Montgomery, Monroe, and then Atlanta, you start seeing the line. And as we keep going, around 7 a.m. Mobile, you are out of the severe weather risk. Montgomery, Atlanta, and around that time, they'll transfer to tomorrow's risk, which will be, I'll pull up the SPC. Which tomorrow the SPC has a slight risk for areas like Columbus, Georgia, Tallahassee, Macon, Georgia, Alabama, Georgia, Dothan, Alabama. And this risk includes a 5% tornado risk with strong gusts and a couple tornadoes will be possible later throughout the day. And we'll go back to radar now. Don't worry, guys, this will get better as I go on. I'll get less nervous. Auburn, y'all's severe weather risk will probably be over around 4 or 5 a.m. And my radar's taking a while to load. We still do have that broad area of rotation in southeast Alabama. Wait, well, my town name's load. Near Hurtsburg, Midway.
Tornado
And
warning
this
for
area rotation is
southeastern Logan
moving
County
about
in central Illinois, southwestern DeWitt
40
County in
miles per
central
hour to
Illinois,
the
northwestern
northeast.
Macon County in central Illinois.
Thank you, Nate. Now, as time's been going on, this Earth cell's been getting less and less linear. You can see how the hook's slowly been wrapping around more. And I'm not like Nate, I'm on radar scopes. I can't take 3D. Right? There's a ding. Now the hail core has been increasing on the storm, so storm intensity is probably ramping up. And the hook, since it's still so close to radar, it's hard to say, but it still definitely does have a hook. Take a look at ZDR. Yeah, so the line that is moving to Georgia right now around the Atlanta area, it is weakening, and it will continue weakening over the next couple of hours, and then around 6 or 7 a.m. tomorrow, you'll have another line of storms that comes through Atlanta, but it won't be as strong as this line. And do have a decent ZDR on with this supercell up in Illinois. Hail's probably an inch to an inch and a half of it, and Lake Man, what I still can't say that sounds name. And this one's gonna be moving up to Monroe, not Louisiana, Illinois. All right, we're gonna go back and look at the storms in southeast Alabama and west Georgia now. Actually, we're gonna take a look at the Atlanta area, as there is a severe thunderstorm warning to west of Atlanta. Tornado eclipses. The Illinois one still confirmed. Oh, my bad. Thank you for telling me that. So, west of Atlanta, there is some damaging winds of around 60 miles an hour. At places like Chapel Hill, South Fulton. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that place. Whitesburg, Vicar, Villa Rica, Douglasville. Y'all all within the next 30 minutes to an hour, y'all will be experiencing severe thunderstorm winds with a lot of storms coming through. I'm gonna go back up and look at this almost storm now that y'all can actually see. So northeast of Decatur, this hail core is really starting to strengthen, and ZDR is also starting to strengthen. So the storm's definitely still intensifying. And can somebody tell me if this tornado is still confirmed? Okay, so it is still observed. You can see the area rotation just east of the southeast of Lathan, Illinois. This isn't Alabama. This is Illinois. It is right now crossing County Road 121, and it will be moving up to the northeast. Places like Monroe, Turbridge, Kenny, y'all need to be in y'all's safe room right now. Which that's say this is outside your house, it's the center of your room. I mean the center of your house, the most interior room. Whether that's a bathroom, closet, or interior hall. And a hallway. And I can't say it. Alright, so the sills are still spotted confirmed. The storm's moving up to northeast at about 25 miles an hour. So we track out about 25 miles. Need to amount more for this. In about an hour, it'll be up near Weldon, Illinois, approaching Farmer City and DeWitt, D-Land. Zoom in for roads. County Road 10, County Road 48, and this is within an hour. Now, from what I'm seeing, this is still a confirmed tornado observed by storm spotters, even though it doesn't look confirmed based off radar. Check CC or color coefficient, and my cat just jumped on top of my desk. Well, James Willis, if you have a close friend there, share the stream with them or send them to local TV providers. Yeah, that's hard to say if that's CC. Looks like info. But that right there, is that CC? Doesn't look like that's CC. It looks like it's inflow. I have to wait for another scan to see if that is CC right there. If that is the debris ball. Check Twitter real quick while y'all are looking at that still. Oh, see. Nicholas, I'll go over Atlanta in a second. So 5 minutes, well, not 5 minutes ago anymore, about 17 minutes ago, there was a confirmed tornado in Warrensburg, Illinois. Now, I don't know if I can show pictures of it. Yeah, sure y'all know the reason. Um, this is in Logan, Macon, DeWitt County, Illinois. Right now, our only tornado warning is in Illinois. That is so hard to say if that's debris or not. This spectrum. That's not helping me anymore. Now, since it is so close to radars, a lot of contamination, it's hard to say, but you can see that there is broad rotation west of Warrensburg. Probably be easier for y'all if I just use single screen. I mean, since we can't tell if this is a confirmed tornado or not, we're just gonna treat it as it is, because it is still confirmed by the National Weather Service. Let's go CC forward checking push-up on thing. So I don't think that's debris. I don't think it's down anymore. And you can see that blue, that where the blue is, there's pretty much no reflectivity, so it's most likely in what it is right now. We're gonna go back to southeast Alabama and southwest Georgia. Pensacola, y'all could see some strong to severe thunderstorms later tonight into tomorrow morning. But we'll go to go right now. So right now, Pensacola, y'all really aren't seeing anything. Main activities all to y'all's north. But later tonight, around 6 or 7 a.m., a line of storms, strong to severe, will come through, producing damaging winds and possibly an isolated tornado. Now we're going to look like at southeast Alabama. once we check Alabama, if nothing is going on really, we'll go back up to the Illinois tornado warning, since that is our only tornado warning right now.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Christian County in central
So
Illinois,
we still do
East
have
Central
these
Sangamon County
supercells
in
going
central
on.
Illinois.
You can see 4 clearly evident supercells. You have one near Junction City, northeast of Postville, near Seal, heading towards Seal, and heading towards Mott's. And we'll check velocity, see how these storms are doing, rotation wise. I'm sorry, I'm making some stuff. So you can see that there's broad rotation near Junction City, rotation near
Tornado
towards
warning
Seal,
for
very
southeastern
broad,
Upson County in west central Georgia,
and
southeastern Talbot County in west
the other two
central
storms
Georgia,
you can't really see the
northwestern Taylor
rotation on,
County in west central
but there
Georgia.
is a storm down here. I want to check. Helpful, decent rotation. Signatures. Good. Both from radar. So you can see 3 areas of rotate, 4 areas of rotation actually. One near Glenwood, Alabama. Banks, Alabama. One approaching County Road 239, west of Clayton, Alabama, and one near Midway, Alabama, approaching the just past east of County Road 51 and the interstate, no, Highway 72. I mean Highway 82, not 72. So all these storms are training over each other, so you possibly could see some flash flooding in these general areas. Prattville, Alabama, let's see, I might not remember what it is. Prattville, Alabama, y'all probably of the main severe risk right now, but y'all will have a later severe risk coming through around 6 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. And that is a new tornado warning. West Macon, Georgia. We'll go to Atlanta radar. Actually, it'll probably be better for if we look at KJGX. I hate how slow my computer is. So this is a bona fide supercell. You can clearly see the hook east of Junction City to inflow. And it's ventilating itself fairly well. But this, if there's a tornado, it's probably really rain wrapped right now, as it's going to be moving up towards Salma, County Road 208, over County Road 96 right now. So in between Junction City and Butler, I would not be traveling on County Road 96. To go cross over Highway 80, and Selma is the next town that I can see on my map that may impact. Now, this supercell is a very, very random. So if you want to see this, you're not going to see it whatsoever until you get hit by the tornado. If there is a tornado down, which velocities are pretty weak right now, and the green's going towards the radar and red's going away. Let's still walk to Atlanta, see if we get a better view from them. It's annoying how slow my computer is. Sure, something about that. So you can clearly see there the rotation. Red's going towards the radar. Like, no, green's going towards the radar. Red's going away. So you have a area rotation just east of Junction City by, let's see, about 3.5 miles. Still very broad, but it looks like this storm may be gusting out, as you can see that the inflow notch is becoming very pinched, and it looks like it's kind of bowing. And there's another supercell off to the southeast of southwest of Junction City, going to be moving just east of Junction City, most likely. And we're going to go back check on the Illinois. Oh, two tornado warnings in Illinois now. One southeast of Springfield and the other one southwest of Clinton. Both of these are moving northwest. I mean, northeast at about 35 miles. And this storm, southeast Clinton, has some fairly large hail with it. Click on the indicator, about a quarter-sized hail to a half-dollar size hail with it. Hard to see the rotation on the radar. But this storm down here has some very broad rotation, and you can see that it has pretty good hook or on County Road 70. I mean County Road 29. Probably have some quarter-size hail with that supercell also. And Mount Auburn, Illinois, you probably need to be in your safe place. I would be. No. Edinburgh, you're probably out of the risk because probably past your north, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't extend this tornado warning up here. Probably become a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to take a look back at the tornado warnings down in Georgia. So it looks like this is starting to turn into a genuine threat with this supercell in Georgia, west of Macon. Now, this supercell won't affect Macon, it'll pass to the north of it, but you may have others to the south that may affect Macon. So, Macon, I would be watching this carefully over the next couple hours as you will have some stronger storms going through your area. For you to take a look at Atlanta as they do have some severe thunderstorms heading towards them.
Tornado warning for East Central Pike County in southeastern Alabama, southeastern
Something I am
Bullock
seeing
County in
is
southeastern
this area
Alabama,
portion of the line
northwestern Barber
is
County
kind of
in
bowing
southeastern
out, so you may
Alabama.
get some stronger winds in South Fulton, and also there is an area rotation near Noonan, as last year, not last year, wait, yeah, last year, Noonan had an EF4 go through their town, and this probably won't be close to the strength as, but there is an area of rotation that could possibly be trying to produce a tornado. Could get a tornado warning for that in the next couple of minutes. You can see how you kind of have a hook on the back side. This is called a common head feature because it looks like a common head. Here's comma, and instead of your inflow being out here, your inflow comes from the back like this, up into the storm. So if I was east of Newman, I would be starting to move to my safe place as the storm could possibly be trying to produce a tornado soon. So we'll have to watch this one in the next scan, see what it becomes. But we could get a small brief spin up tornado just to the east of Noonan, Georgia. We'll go back down to this tornado warning west of Macon, Georgia. Now this won't be affecting Macon, Georgia, it'll move to the northeast. Yep, there's a
Tornado warning for Central
for
DeWitt County in central Illinois.
it's not downtown Troy, but it's east of Troy, east of Banks, and we now have what 4 tornado warnings are in effect. One in Georgia, one in Alabama, and 2 in Illinois. After we look over this tornado warning, we're gonna look at the 2
Tornado warning for southeastern Logan County in
Illinois.
central Illinois.
I'm sorry, my computer was so slow. So we do have 2 pretty decent couplets east of Troy. Gonna be heading towards south of Midway, but Midway you are in the tornado warning, so I'd be in your shelter. And you can see that greens are heading away. I mean towards the radar, and reds are heading away. So you do have a pretty strong area rotation budget. And we're gonna swap. So you can see that you have blue put swap to I say no way swap to color fish. Yeah. We'll swap CC, see if we have any debris signature yet. And know that it's not CC right there, that is inflow. We do not have a debris signature yet. But right now, this is our best signature that we have. Now we have 4 tornado warnings up in Illinois. So we take a look at this. So you can see multiple areas of rotation. It may be easier if we just look at reflectivity. Which tornadoes? So we have multiple observed tornadoes right now up in Illinois. This is southeast of Lincoln, Illinois, southeast of Springfield. And you can see clear evident hook on these storms. Now this one's way too close to the radar that we're not gonna be able to see what's going on with it, like no matter what. All we can rely on is that it is a confirmed tornado. This storm, the North Monroe, also is a confirmed tornado moving to northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Farmer City, DeWitt. Now, I told DeWitt a while ago to be in your safe place, so y'all need to be in your safe place because this is a confirmed tornado warning. Once again, it's hard to say if that's inverted or not. But we still do have multiple tornado warnings in central Illinois. Now, if you have friends or family that live in this area, central Illinois, Farmer City, Mount Pulaski, Neapolis, You need to share this stream to them. Mount Auburn, because there are 3 confirmed tornado warnings right now. Which now we're gonna go back and look at our 2 other tornado warnings. One east of Troy, Alabama, southeast of Columbus, Georgia, southwest of Columbus, Georgia, and one's west of Monroe. So we still have this tornado warning east of Troy in the southeast of Alabama. I think that's side lobe, yeah. Yeah, that is side lobe. But still very evident that we have 2 rotating supercells moving towards the southern Midway, Pittsview, um, Highway 82. I wouldn't be traveling on Highway 82 right now to from Midway to Eufaula, because there's gonna be multiple tornadic storms over the next hour that will be moving on Highway 82. All right, we're gonna take a look back at the supercell east of Macon, Georgia. Actually, we're gonna look at this. How come Nate leaves me when there's multiple tornado warnings so spread out? So we still do have that rotation east of Newman. We go back into two screen, turn on color coefficient, turn on reflectivity. Well, guys, wait a second for it. PS Nate had to go do something. I don't know what he had to do, but he said he'll be back about an hour or 2. That's probably a tornado. That's hard. That could be a tornado on the ground, unwarned east of Newman. Yeah, that's probably a tornado on the ground east of Newman. This is unwarned. It looks like it may have lifted now, but you still do have the broad area rotation. It's so close to the radar, it's hard to say. Yeah, that was a tornado that tracked through East Newman. You can see the clear debris ball. Clear CC drop right here. East of Newman. Now, it's hard to say if it's, since it's so close to being hard again, hard to say if it's still down. but there still is an area of rotation. Where you look at that tornado warning east of Macon, west of Macon has been allowed to fire. Now we're going to look back at the tornado warnings in Illinois. To confirm tornadoes on the ground in Illinois. Now we're starting to be able to see rotation a little bit better. Make sure this is confirmed. So for four windows, yes. It's a search. You can see the area rotation right here, south of Mount Auburn. This, I would put the money on it, but if I was Mount Auburn, I would be in my safe place right now. As the rotations just here south and may go through Mount Auburn. I would be in your safe place right now, Mount Auburn. Look at the most northern tornado warning, still heading straight for DeWitt. Now, this tornado looks like
Tornado warning for
has some pretty good
North
hail,
Central
and
Christian
that's what
County in
CC
central
hail.
Illinois, southwestern Macon County in
Hard to say
central
where the
Illinois.
rotation is still. Looks like could be right there. Check Twitter real quick. New tornado warning in Illinois. This is radar indicated. Wait for this to be polygon to load. While we're waiting on that, we're gonna look at the tornado warning that's south of Troy and east of Troy. If you're in Indianapolis, you should be good. It looks like there's these tornado warnings east of Troy. Sorry. East of Troy, south of Midway. I got the hiccups all said. That rotations are starting to weaken, which is a good sign. We may have had a brief tornado Yeah, I don't think we did. We're gonna look at East Newman now. Oh, man, it's crazy that we get that. We're gonna go back up and look at the Elmo's tornado. As we do have an extension of the tornado warning now. There's now radar indicated, not confirmed. As you can see, green's going towards the radar, red's going away. This is on top of Mount Auburn right now. Gonna be heading towards the city of Decatur and Harristown. So Decatur, you are in the tornado one. Decatur, Illinois. Downtown Decatur, Illinois is in the tornado one. Harristown, Illinois. They're probably gonna let this tornado one expire in Mount Pulaski. So Mount Pulaski, you are safe to come out of your safe places now. Mark that one off the board. So that's easy. We could have a tornado on the ground southeast of DeWitt, southwest of DeWitt, moving towards Farmer City. No, never mind. That was not. Okay, so this is just chaos. DeWitt, Farmer City. Y'all need to be in y'all safe places as y'all are having a tornadic supercell heading towards them. I would not travel on County Road 48, County Road 54 for about the next 20 minutes. We're gonna go back with our tornado East Troy. South Midway. We still do have these two supercells. I'm not sure if y'all can hear my dog, but I'm gonna, so she stopped from barking. So give me 1 minute. I embrace that she won't stop barking. Do you not hear it? And I'm back now. I love the dog in. So we do have strong rotation. Pretty sure this is sideways, but still showing that we do have rotation. Two areas of rotation. One southeast, well, straight south from Midway, northwest Clanton, about across County Road 51, and another one just across Highway 82 about cross. Let's see, what was the county name? Just south of County Road 49. Pit view, you need to be in your safe place. And still, I will not be traveling on Highway 82 between Midway and Eufaula. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Atlanta now. Take a look at that. Y'all tell me if this 4 panel mode is like too much, if it overwhelms. So take it everywhere. So we do have the line of storms going through downtown Atlanta now with around 60-mile-an-hour winds. Mark the leading edge of these storms. So within the next hour, places like Stonecrest, McDopham, Pointers, Reedon, Pine Lake, Tucker, y'all will be Brookhaven, y'all will be experiencing the same storms that City Atlanta is right now. Maybe not as strong, but still a threat for isolated tornado as y'all do remain in the tornado watch. Where you look at this storm near Harrisburg. Now, Atlanta, once that line of storms is passed, your severe weather threat will be over until about 3 to 4 a.m. Well, between 4 and 6 a.m. tomorrow, when another line of storms will come through with an isolated chance of tornadoes. Main threat will be strong damaging winds. And this is not a CC drop, this is inflow. I swear mark not working. But north of Hattiesburg, east of Summerall, it's probably experiencing some quarter-sized hail. About crossover Highway 49, County Road 42, and there is some broad rotation with this. You know, check on my Illinois. Once again, my computer is taking forever to load. This supercell south of just went over DeWitt. It looks like it's starting not to become as much as a tornado threat, more of a damaging wind threat, as it looks like it may be trying to gust out. Farmer City, I would still be in my tornado shelter or a most interior ring if I was y'all. And the cell on the near Harristown, Niddick, still seeing signs of rotation with winds going towards the radar and winds going away. It's kind of also taking a dog leg shape where trying not become as tornado. And you can see how earlier we had a go back and had a hook, but the storm starting to look not as tornadic as it was early. And at Harristown, I would still remain in my safe place. North Decatur, Warrensburg, even though you're not in tornado warning, I would remain in my safe place. Forson, I would remain in my safe place. This is still certain. It's only out for another 6 minutes, so we'll see if they decide to spend it or cancel it. I think they'll probably end up canceling this tornado warning. Well, letting expire, as this supercell is really starting to gust out now. And I'm just gonna go back to screen because that's completely continuing. You can see how it's really looks like it's starting to get a bow to it. And then that means starting to gust out, winds are starting to blow out, becoming more outflow dominant versus taking in inflow, which tornadoes need influence to survive. But the next cell to watch is probably this cell near southeast, I mean, east of Eddiesburg, west of Stonington, southeast of Blue Mound. Once again, the be close call from Mount Auburn. Now, this storm doesn't have a tornado warning yet, but how these past couple of storms have been going, I would be watching this storm fairly closely. Still the tornado warning for south, east midway, southeast and midway, North Clanton, Alabama. Now these rotations are starting to weaken, but we still do have supercell characteristics, as you still can see somewhat of a hook, but it's more dogleg now, which is where it's straight up and down. So versus earlier, you saw how it was more like that, more like a C. And this one, it's still have a very slight hook on it, where the mesocyclone is. The Decatur tornado warning is now observed, spotter confirmed. I guess Illinois decided to have a totally different today. Now you can see still a very, very small movement. But if you check ZDR, takes a second one. Still have a ZDR with it. So Storm's still trying to sustain, if not strengthen. Harristown, you still need to be in your safe place. Not really hard to say any rotation other than this little bit right there. And that's where I would think if there is a tornado, that's where it would be. But this storm east of Edinburgh, Stonington, Illinois, that's probably the next storm that we need to be watching for, possibly a tornado. Farmer City so starting to look a little bit better again. Yeah, it is flips. I'm checking Twitter right now. If there's anything y'all need to send me on Twitter, I'll send my at in the chat. Noon in Georgia around 5 a.m. Y'all will have another line of storms come through, a possibly isolated small chance of a possible tornado or two in Noonan, Georgia. But other than that, until then, y'all should be out of clear as some main line storms is past you. And now we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Macon. And it looks like instead of extending this tornado warning, they decided to extend it with a severe thunderstorm warning. And they have canceled the tornado warning for South Midway and North Plant in Alabama. So now we're just down to one tornado warning in Illinois. In Michigan, they'll probably just have some rain out of this, nothing like severe. I wouldn't be surprised if they cancel this tornado warning soon or let it expire, which expires in 13 minutes. This cell looks like it's trying to rotate. Hard to say, but you can see red's moving away, green's moving towards, and you have a bit of a left flank velocity enhancement. Which now make it where rotation could try and increase. But now we are down to one tornado warning, and I think probably be allowed to expire. Looks like it was a pretty photogenic tornado that was down in the Illinois. Check back on the Hattiesburg side, well, north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And let's take it to the learn. Then this looks like, but sure. As people are talking. What is in this one? Or is that blue? Yeah, that's why I'm. Looks like you have a supercell over, well, north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, about across Interstate 59. And that is not a CC drop, that is inflow. But you can see that this has a pretty well-defined hail core. Would not be surprised if we're seeing quarter size to half dollar size hail within this. And still has a well-defined but with pretty good upper level rotation. Since we are looking pretty high, that's the lowest span we can get. A lot of turbulence with this. Sorry. Looks like rotation is trying to strengthen, but one thing is that it's pretty pinched off, goes straight to a 9-degree angle, basically, right at the base of the. Look at these storms just entering south to west Mississippi. See what's close. That's the closest radar. I don't see anything that really says tornadoes with these storms. Probably more hail damaging one type of these. Yeah, July. I surprised myself that that Nate let do this. Appreciate Nate for letting me do this. We do have an somewhat isolated supercell north of Morgan, Georgia, Edson, Georgia, Buffaloton, Georgia. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for it. See, should be that one. And the threat for is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that's the main threat for this. Pretty isolated. Oh, I have hiccups on the first. And water. Now, the storm doesn't really look tornadic at the moment, but considering the environment, you're still going to flood as I see it. I'm going to change it for y'all in a sec once I get pulled all the way up. Right. See, change one by message spam. So if we look at our see surface-based instability, you can see that these storms are starting to run out of the instability axis. So they may transfer over to more of a damaging wind threat and make this bigger. You can see that's too big. See that instability axis is right there. Storms are really in this area. Check my y'all can see me. No, okay. All right. Well, sorry that y'all can't see me drawing. What we're gonna do? Take what catcher? And so instability, the instability axis is about right in this area, and that's storms are in this general area. So they're starting to outrun that instability axis, so they may start weakening pretty soon. As so we move forward with this event, and the farther east that they push into Georgia, weaker they'll get. But these storms in southeast Mississippi and well South Mississippi, they still have plenty of instability to work with, so they could remain for a couple more hours, and possibly some strong hail, well large hail, damaging winds, and maybe an isolated tornado. Now we're going to look at our 3 Cape surface fort. And sorry that this is taking me so long to do. You can see right in South Mississippi, South Alabama, well, Southeast Alabama, we have a decent amount of 3K and vorticity, so storms could sustain it there. We possibly could see an isolated tornado threat there in the coming hours. And there still is some vorticity over here with 3K, so maybe still possibly an isolated tornado. Where you look at our mesoscale accident up in Illinois. That MCD or something. So the reason it looks like these storms did do what they did in Illinois and still are rotating some is because we have ample amounts of 3K. Let me change color so it's easier for you all to see. Ample amounts of 3K in this area with a pretty good vorticity. And you can see that storms are right in here, right where pretty much maxes of them are. We're gonna go back and look at radar now. See what storms in Illinois are doing. We have no more tornado warnings in Illinois. No more tornado warnings in the whole U.S. Hatfield won't see any severe weather until about 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning, and they have an isolated tornado risk. This storm, you go straight through downtown Decatur. It has some broad rotation. Okay, my screen's not good. Some broad rotations. Gonna be moving into Decatur within the next 30 minutes to an hour. So Decatur, I would be watching this fairly closely. We're gonna look at that new mesoscale discussion real quick. So new mesoscale discussion for west central Georgia says isolated severe threat is spread to the east. And the strong to severe thunderstorm conditions will spread into central Georgia over the next few hours. Gitain may need to add to the tornado watch. To account for this risk, numerous long-lived supercells continue along the corridor from southeast Alabama into west central Georgia. This activity extends from northern Georgia southwestern towards the western Florida Panhandle. Additionally, several organized line segments are embedded, which will approach the eastern edge of watch number 8 over the next 1 to 2 hours. While Georgia acute buoyancy exists for maintaining these storms, organized moments of this activity should encourage convection to spread east to the current watch. Counties may need to be added immediately downstream to account for these threats, as it is not clear when whether a new tornado watch will be warranted. Good night, Becca. See you. Now we are just down to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. I like to change it back. I keep forgetting about that. We're sorry, y'all. We'll give this minutes. Trap. I'm saying all of central and south central Alabama has a chance of severe thunderstorms and damaging winds and possibly possible. Very, very small chance of an isolated tornado force. And I don't know what's against it forever. Sorry for those statements so much. Not to viewers, slow. All right, let's go. Go look up that. Yeah, there is still some broad rotation with this storm, and you can see it is trying to hook. You can see hook winds going towards the radar and winds going away. This will go through downtown Decatur in about the next 30 minutes. Next 20 minutes, actually. Right now, I'll just be watching this storm carefully. No need to take action yet. No need to go through safe space. But I would just watch it carefully. Pretty impressive mini supercell setup we got up here. Cabin trap. Cabin trap. Where do you live? What town? You're welcome, Disco.
Tornado warning for southeastern McLean County in central Illinois, northwestern Champaign County in east central Illinois.
A tornado puts this rotation picking up on that storm. All right, I'll take another look at it. Yeah, July. I guess I'll have to assistant one. But 300, y'all like me. And I'll say 300. Marie, y'all do have an isolated chance of tornado, but it's very, very low. Also, North Hattiesburg, y'all need to be watching very closely. This storm has some large hail, damaging winds, and rotation is starting to pick up on it a little bit more. South of Ellisville, see, County Road 29, south of Ellisville, and then County Road 15 coming south from Laura. If you are in these general areas, I would be watching this very closely. As the supercell is slowly becoming more impressive, but it's about to go through a storm merging from this little cell right here. You can see how, as we go back, that little cell is lifting up north pretty fast, as this one's still going northeast. One more northeast. Oh, I've always thought your name was July. Jolie. Jolie. All right. Thank you. Kind of a tight area of rotation and a decent amount of inflow on this storm. So you can see this is one of the only supercells today where it's had a perfectly isolated supercell with no storms within about what 50 miles of it, 40. So this is a fairly isolated supercell. It needs to be watched for a possible tornado within the next 10-15 minutes. Maybe 4 panel mode will work again. Or heading towards Hattiesburg. Oh, okay. We'll look at that. Yeah. North of Columbia, northern suburbs of Columbia, I would be watching very closely as there is a storm rotating off just here east. Whenever past couple scans, rotation has been picking up more on it, and the hook's been getting more well defined. I would not be surprised if we get a possible tornado moving soon on this storm for North Columbia, Summerall, south of Bassfield. That's containment. That's a containment scan, so we're gonna look back at north of Hattiesburg storm. And this storm still is rotating with a pretty well defined hook. we'll see how this storm merger interacts with it. Green going towards the radar, red going away. And you have your rotation in the middle of those two. So southeast of Ellisville by about 6 miles. These two supercells probably may be watched for the
Tornado warning for northern Marion County in south central Mississippi.
I'm looking at South Mississippi right now, near Hattiesburg and Columbus. See what this stuff is. It needs to move that. It's taking so long to like. That was mostly be rain for north the east, I mean northwest of Continental for Toronto to Toronto. Now I see why Nate struggles so much. Look at the town names. Terry, Nate had to go do something about an hour ago. He said he'll be back in probably an hour or two. And that's a new tornado warning for the city of Columbia and North Columbia. This storm's rotation has been increasing over the past couple of days. Something that really needs to be watched. And you can see the pretty good spectrum width on it, which spectrum width is area of turbulence and turbulence. Obviously comes from rotating. Tornadoes have a lot of turbulence. And this storm south of Ellisville and north of Bassfield, Bassfield, still rotating. Well, I'm sorry for my dog in the background. Has a fairly strong mesocyclone. Farther we go up, you can see that a decent amount of pretty strong measurement both from this load again. It's all good open.
Tornado warning for southwestern Ford County in east central Illinois.
And a somewhat strong mesocyclone south of Ellisville and north of Bassfield, Mississippi. We do have a tornado warning still in effect for all the town of Columbia and South Mississippi and northern portions. This is for Marion counties in Mississippi. And we also have a new tornado warning for Illinois. So we go check that out. Two tornado warnings actually. One just got issued, and these are radar indicated. Welcome, Vegas. A little bit of a donut hole with this supercell near Land, moving up towards Elliott, and eventually to Buckeye, Illinois. You can see how rain is. Oops. I got this. You see a little bit of hook right there, and green's going towards the radar, red's going away, and our circulation's right in the middle, approaching downtown Land. So if you're on Land, Illinois, you need to be in your safe place right now. Elliott, Illinois, Gibson City, Illinois, Paxton, Believing, EMB, he had to go do something, so I'm filling in for him. He said he would be back. See, he left out an hour ago. He said he'll be back in about an hour or two. For any of y'all that are wondering, my name is Caleb. And people just start hip hop back. Fairly decent rotation on this storm north of Columbus. It's not going to affect the downtown areas of Columbus, but it may affect the northern suburbs of the Columbus area. So, okay, that is clear. But you can clearly see couplet right there with red's going away. And I think it just occluded. Yep, I'm pretty sure it will. We're gonna go back to so rotations now right here. Go back once again, right here. Go back to next. Right here. Yeah, it looks like it just occluded off to the north. See. So storm may try and recycle later, but right now tornado threat with this storm is not very high. That is clear air, not CC. Not for glacier coefficient, but this storm north of Battlefield and south at Ellisville starting gust out a little, rotation starting to get a little bit weaker. So over we'll have to watch and see what it does. Yeah, I also hope maybe it's vaccine tornado clips. Still have the tornado warnings up in Illinois. Any possibility these storms reach central Ohio will catch my interest? Um, if y'all do see something, it would most likely end up being rain out of this, but nothing really severe out of it. Decatur cell looks like it's just producing maybe penny-sized hit. Actually, no, that's go back to this game. I would not be surprised if this gets a tornado when we sing. As you can see, pretty good put with red's going away, green's going towards, and they are very, very close to being cut. Look back at tornado one cell, and velocity is fairly strong with this. You can see reds and greens are pretty much on top of each other. See, that is
Tornado warning for northeastern Macon
47 on
County in
top of
central Illinois.
42. So that's a delta velocity of, see, 89. See if this one's confirmed yet. And no, it is not confirmed yet. We'll go back. Well, we'll look at the Cape so again real quick. I don't. We'll have to wait for the next game. So new tornado warning for the Decatur storm might be filed with be issued. And this is for the next 33 minutes. Radar indicated possible tornado quarter size hill moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. And you can see fairly good coupling on this storm. Just to northeast, northwest of downtown Decatur. It's hard to say if it's debris or not. I have to give it one more scan to see if it's debris. But anywhere in Decatur, Illinois, not Illinois, not Decatur, Alabama, or any other Decaturs. Possible tornado off to your looks like the velocity may have weakened a little. Look at the northern tornado near Gibson City. This is not confirmed yet. Um, doesn't look like that's a CC drop tornado debris signature up in Gibson City. And it doesn't look like there's a tornado debris signature in Decatur either. But it's still pretty good hook on this storm. So you can see still decent rotation. We go look back at the tornado warning in South Mississippi. This rotation looks like it's on a weakening trend right now as it's moving up to the northeast. But it looks like it's trying to cycle to new area rotation. So go back. You can see an old area rotation right here, and that goes off to the northeast, northeast. Now, new area rotation right here. Looks like this is a tri-cycle where you look at the Bassfield, north of Bassfield cell. And this rotation looks like it's becoming more, swarm looks like it's becoming more of a damaging wind threat. You take a look back at the Illinois cell. Gone chasing weather. Yep, it's not May. See you, April. Still some rotation up by Gibson City, moving towards Elliott. So Elliott, you need to be in your safe place. So, and Loda. Even though Loda, you are not in the tornado warning yet. I think I heard Nate. Now this cell going over downtown Decatur right now, still showing signs of rotation
Ladies and
as
gentlemen.
Redrick going away.
Ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Hello.
All I gotta say. Caleb, buddy, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. What have we missed?
Iowa price will outbreak.
Oh,
Illinois.
whack. Now, there's a couple of confirmed tornadoes over there. All I gotta say is that what I just went through was the biggest waste of life that I have ever been a part of besides this past Sunday. So thank you so much for doing that. And you can even stick around. You can even help me out because you came this far. Might as well.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go back to this. Let's turn my face back on. I am so done with what I just went through. All right. Now I gotta organize my stuff. Um. So yeah, I've apparently missed wax stuff in Illinois. So let me see
And
if I can.
unwarned tornado warning
Yeah.
just east. Well, unwarned tornado.
Hmm. So I'll tell you what. I'm gonna reorganize my. I'm gonna reorganize my. What's its faces. My radars. Do that now so that I can survive. Hope for the best. Luckily the radar is right next to the tornado warnings that are ongoing right now. So the one that's in Illinois. So that's kind of the good news there.
It's like the main portion of the outbreak.
Yeah, it's a little mini cold core event over there that's having a little bit of fun. I'll tell you what, it looks like it's having fun over there. There's also a tornado warning for whatever reason over there. And that's a severe thunderstorm watch over the. Okay, all right. I think I know where. I think I know where we stand. I think I know where we stand. Fun. All right. Well, which storm would you say out of all the ones that you're looking at right now? Which one would you say is probably the most the one that we should probably pay attention to the most if we were chat, and tell us why.
Probably the Decatur cell because it has really good 3 cape and some vorticity. And the northern tornado warning is starting to move out of the best environment.
Hmm.
And also the tornado warning in South Mississippi just doesn't look good anymore.
Oh, okay. Are there any storms? Let me actually check the stuff because I do agree with you from what I've seen so far. The Decatur cell is definitely the one that I'd probably be watching the most. I'm not even sure if there's any sky cameras over in Decatur, Illinois. Notice how nothing has changed even after all the stuff that, I've missed. I'm always just like, all right, well, is there a sky camera over there? Give me a sky camera, please. But let me actually go take a look down south. Once again, I'm gonna organize my radars
Well,
because I'm not having
Cells,
fun with that.
cells starting to recycle south of Bassfield.
Oh, okay. I'm almost done sorting out my radars. Almost done. So I need Fort Rucker. There's a storm or two over there that's having fun. There's actually a storm over south of Columbus, Georgia, in Omaha. That one's been looking pretty interesting as of late. It's the northernmost severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia. That one might be something to watch out for over into portions of Stewart and Chattahoochee counties over there in portions of southeastern or southwestern Georgia. The other storm that's over near Terrell County, that severe thunderstorm warning doesn't seem to be doing too much in my opinion. Looks like the majority of the showers and thunderstorms have moved past Atlanta. Was there any severe thunderstorm warnings over there for Atlanta at all, or?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay.
that's where the unwarned tornado was,
Oh, okay.
just east of Newman.
Oh, just to the east
Newman.
side of Noonan.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
it was a booking vortex.
Ah. Yeah, those ones are typically pretty hard to get the warning out quickly. Because they just happen so quickly, right? I mean, it's just they're there, they spin up, and then they're gone by the time you try to warn it. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, still, tornado's a tornado. So I'm hoping those guys are all right over there. Yeah, the storm south of Bassfield. That one's still rotating. Very high echo tops on that too, and a lot of large hail with that. So Sumrall, Sanford, Seminary, Moselle, and Hattiesburg. You guys might need to watch out. And then there's another storm that's heading towards Waynesboro and right on the eastern side of Jones County in Mississippi. And I would watch out for that as well. What in the world is this storm doing that's currently over the radar in Jackson? I'll have to download some more data to see what's going on with that. It looks like the storm that is over north and east of Decatur, Illinois, it did look like it has kind of weakened just a tad smidge, which is the good news. So hopefully that kind of deteriorates a little bit more, but from what I've heard, I mean, it just keeps spinning up more and more and more now, so. Siren stopped a minute ago? Well, that's good news. That is good news. It does look like because of the storm advancing further towards the north and east, they just came out with a new update. They're actually coming out with radar scans like every minute to minute and a half, which props to the National Weather Service for turning on the radar very quickly. It looks like downtown Decatur and areas near the airport, you guys are officially out of the tornado warning. So as someone mentioned in the chat, that is the reason why the sirens have stopped over there. It's mainly now areas for Oriana as well as Argenta over here in Illinois. If you're in these areas, highly recommend you guys get into your safe space. Illinois plus, this would be Mississippi. Do that real quickly. By the way, I really do appreciate the hospitality for Caleb. All right, I thought he did a pretty good job. I was watching when I could.
Tornado warning for northwestern Forest County in southeastern Mississippi, southeastern Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Lamar County in southeastern Mississippi, southwestern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi, southeastern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
So it's every single county in Mississippi apparently that has that tornado warning. I'm just kidding, by the way. So once again, I really do appreciate the hospitality for Caleb. I thought he did a pretty good job, and I hope you guys enjoyed him as well. Who knows? We might bring him back on every now and then. I've been seeing him on my Discord server and how much he's wanted to learn all sorts of stuff about meteorology and stuff like that. So I'll tell you what, when he continues to develop and starts to learn more and more about meteorology, he's gonna be a really knowledgeable person. So
thank you, Nate.
I'm not sure if broadcast meteorology is something that you might want to get into or something like that. I mean, of course, meteorology in general is just fun. So wherever you go, whether you're talking about it or you're just, you're behind the scenes, all it is really just noticing patterns and trying to figure out why that is the case. So, all you really did is spoke your mind, and that's kind of a lot harder to do. It's really hard. It's even hard for me sometimes to speak my mind. There's a bunch of stuff that I have in the back of my mind going into some of these things, and I don't even say that when I should. So it was a good job. It was a good job of what you had here today, what you um, did coming in with, not really knowing that you probably were going to be able to take over for a little bit. And, to do that on the fly like that, get yourself ready in such a short time period, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Thank you, Nate. I really appreciate it.
Is Georgia safe? To an extent. Let me see if I can fix this real quickly. Face cam, is this fixed? Kind of. Excuse me as I fix this and try to right the ship a little bit. There we go. All right. So this is what we got here right now. We have these giant red boxes over here in Georgia. These are tornado watches that are currently in effect for right now, I believe until 9 Eastern. And so because of that fact, guys might need to watch out for that. I don't think I've updated that at all, by the way, over the entire stream. So I might actually want to do that here relatively soon. But regardless of the fact that I haven't updated it or not, it's still one of those things where if you're in those tornado watches, I highly advise you guys to watch out for this as this continues to develop. We'll see, of course, if this thing does end up, being one of those scenarios. Why is my thing? Oh, that's nice. One of those scenarios to where it might expire. We also have to monitor the scenario of maybe there's still a couple of other storms that still could be tornadic. But regardless, if you are in a tornado warning, if you've been issued a tornado warning, which we will talk about that here relatively soon, please be sure to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service so that way you may be able to stay safe. All right, so we fixed that. Good stuff. I don't know why my File Explorer is taking so long to load. So I am actually just going to minimize that until it actually does load. Because for whatever reason, my File Explorer has been not functioning correctly at all. So kind of whack to see that. Saw power flashes? Crazy. Yeah, I really need to figure out a map. I think I'm probably going to take the time to actually create a map. So that way I may be able to look at sky cameras and whatnot. Someone did create it before, but then I lost privileges to it apparently. So I'm just gonna straight up create one myself.
Nate, I started creating one. I sent it to you. It was like a year ago.
A year ago. I really gotta scroll back all the way then to try and
I
find
only
it.
have. It's on a completely different email too.
Oh, that's fun. Then yeah, it's probably just best if
Yeah.
I just start creating it.
I only had Alabama done anyways.
Yeah. So it is probably best if I had started creating it. I might actually do that tonight, after the stream. After all these tornado warnings go away. That might be something that I am willing to do. And who knows, I might even try and snag some other people to try and join in as well. But the one thing that I do want to try and talk about right now is the new tornado warning that was issued just about, what, 5 minutes ago, was it? About 5 minutes ago? I would say this is a new tornado warning about 5 minutes ago. And it was issued for, I would love to say I was kidding, but I'm partially kidding. It was for almost every single county in Mississippi over here. Forest, Covington, Lamar, Jones, and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi until 7:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. There still is some rotation with this. So if we take a look at the normalized rotation, it quantifies how strong the rotation actually is within the storm. We've got some, but it's relatively weak. We've only got blues here within this area. If there was greens inside the blues, like red in the middle, then maybe we could be talking a little bit more about something tornadic. For right now, it is still relatively broad. Now, way back when, I'm going to see here, before it actually had some strong rotation, or I should say some moderate levels of rotation. Now, not as much. It's a little bit broad, but it is now a classic supercell. The classic hook shape right within here. You can see the wings that are kind of swirling into the screaming eagle type shape here. And this is a classic supercell. If we weren't so far away, well, actually, you know what? We might be able to. We might be able to. Just barely, though. We can. It's not super high resolution, but we can. This right here is a supercell. You can clearly see the inflow notch right within here. That is a new tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for Central Piatt County in central Illinois, Eastern Macon County in central Illinois.
So that's up back over at the Cold Core event. We'll talk about that here in a second. But we have really interesting supercell here. The updraft we mentioned before earlier on in the stream, so I'll re-mention it again. The winds as you go higher and higher in the sky, and that is a new tornado warning again.
Tornado warning for Central Ford County in East Central Illinois, West Central Iroquois County in East Central Illinois.
So that is another tornado warning in Illinois. We'll talk about that once again a little bit later on. But I said as the winds go, or as you go higher and higher up in the atmosphere, the winds typically get stronger and stronger, and it kind of tilts the rain out in front. It blows it out in front of the storm. And so that's the reason why you have something like this, to where your rain core, your updraft, where your rain goes up into the storm, is tilted. And when you have that, that tells you that your environment is somewhat tornadic. It's got a couple things that it still needs to work on, but it is a relatively tornadic supercell. I don't know what the heck that was outside. Anyways, once again, relatively tornadic supercell. It's just got to do a couple more things before we can really talk about this thing producing a tornado. The other thing that I will say, this thing does have some rotation that spans aloft in the atmosphere, very high up in the sky. This entire corridor right here is the rotation. So this is a classic supercell. Granted, it has some weak rotation. This thing does have a shot at trying to do something. One last thing that I will say, this green area down here, this is all of the winds moving in towards the storm. This is your moisture content that is being pulled into the storm. It is not as large and it is not as strong as some of the storms we've seen previously in this stream, but this is still something to kind of note that, yeah, well, there is some of it heading into the storm, so not something to take lightly with this one. Let's go back up north, because these new tornado warnings have been issued for a reason in Illinois. Monticello, you need to get in your safe space. This is basically paralleling I-72 all the way up. I-72 is basically getting all their activity here across the board. So you really need to watch out for this if I were you. If I were you guys. Give me a second here, real quickly. Oh. All right, I just wanted to look at that temporarily because I was just like, huh, what in the world? What in the world is that? But fix that issue, so it's good. Red thing on my radar scope on the tornado warning is, I think it's big. Also, what do you use? Self is an app, cheap or expensive? This radar that I have right now, this is GR2 Analyst on the computer. This is a very expensive app, but it's got all sorts of cool products on here. So if you are serious about this long term, all right, you really got to think about, are you really going to use this product long term? Not just tomorrow, not just the next day. You got to use it for years. I've been using this thing for years. So you gotta think about, hey, is GR2 Analyst something I want to try and use long term? If the answer is yes, then yeah, sure. $250 on a one-time purchase. It'll get you all sorts of different stuff that you would like, but the answer is no. Probably not a good idea. I think what I'm gonna want to do is I think I'm gonna want to put one of the other radars over there. In Chicago. And yeah, that is the reason why they issued a new tornado warning. They have this tornado warning for Ford, and this is Iroquois County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, because there's just still general rotation with the storm. They don't know if this thing is actually going to produce or not. So, you know, it's one of those things where rather be safe than sorry with this one. What's it looking like for Tbilisi, Georgia? Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Uh, that's the wrong Georgia, Chief. That is the wrong Georgia, Chief. That is all the way over there in Georgia, the country. Which just so happens to be in Eastern Europe, the Northern Middle East. Ouch. I gotta move my Google Maps back over. Sheesh. Oh, that is some power flashes. This is from Birding Peep, who has a live camera in Decatur. There was a live camera in Decatur. She was watching this. Look at that. On the right side, power flashes. Do I think it might get to Lafayette, Indiana? Probably not. I think it'll be relatively localized towards Illinois. Well, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, it might.
and a storm southeast of Bastille that's starting to get a pretty good hook on it again. So rotation starting to strengthen a little again.
Okay. Um, let me see here. 'Cause I don't doubt it. Definitely don't doubt it. Wilmington, North Carolina tomorrow. You guys honestly should be fine. Just a lot of general storms. Just be careful of the storms that are moving off of the coast that surge in. Other than that, I don't see too much of an issue for you guys. Yeah, it is definitely trying to recycle over there. Got hidden? Fun. More stuff for me to look at. All the different people that's been hidden. Um, yeah, it does look like the storm near Summerall is starting to kind of rotate a little bit more. So good call, good call. Still got those two tornado warnings up north. Look back at the cell that's near Monticello. Still got some rotation with it. It is a rinky-dink thunderstorm, I will say. That's kind of been what today in Illinois has been, right? Bunch of rinky-dinks. Where is this in Illinois? North and east of Decatur. Something doing the funny in Louisiana? Everything's doing the funny in Louisiana. Anything and anyone will try and do the funny in Louisiana. That is some strong damaging winds. What is that in Lafayette? Absolutely nothing. Just some strong damaging winds. Fun. Might be a storm that's north of Troy, but I've said that 5,000 times, and I don't think any of them have actually produced, so I guess we'll just see. I guess we shall see. Sheesh. Oh, in the 70s. That's pretty cool. I mean, not cool in the 70s, but I mean, it's still tornado that it's got history over there. Doubt that it'll be able to do the same thing here, though. Not sure that is a wall cloud, James. It looks like a scud cloud to me. Scud cloud. Yeah, the weather has taken a topsy-turvy turn here across the United States. Just about a week ago, I had a frozen ice rink in my backyard, and well, I appreciate it, Cloud. I mean, we I know sometimes, it looks like right now that we stop talking every now and then, but we really start talking when we know that something is pretty serious, is ongoing right now, and even the past few hours as well. I mean, we did something that we didn't typically do, but it still worked out, you know. So, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we try to put in radar-wise, because, we want to make sure everyone gets the full picture of what's going on within these storms. We try to incorporate different stuff. Before, we did have a sky camera map. Now I'm definitely going to create a sky camera map. Because, enough is enough. It's time for me to be well prepared. Might create a giant expedition to try and just get this done. If we get a bunch of all sorts of different people to just get sky cameras. Boom, boom. How north do I think the Illinois storms could get? I think this is really just the stretch of it. These storms right here. So from Kankakee all the way over to Decatur, this is your event, and it'll be moving off to the east. So if you get more storms that form down to the south and move up, then yeah, I mean, it'll be more stuff. But let's take a look further, because I am curious. Illinois and Indiana. These are your storms right here. 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m. So probably Gary in southern Chicago. That's really all she wrote for those storms. Southern Chicago and Gary is probably how far north it can get. Go back to the weather. Let's take a look and see what the Sanford, Summerall, so Moselle, Ellisville. This is a tornado warning over here in southern Mississippi. So if you know anyone that lives along I-59 near Hattiesburg or Laurel, I would probably tell them to watch out. Storm over there with some rotation has continued to show signs of it to be tornadic. I would watch out for that. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Weather so far has been pretty whack. It's just, there's no reason for it. needs to just go back to being sane. But I do believe this storm over here in southern Mississippi does have a slight shot of trying to do stuff. I want to take a look at this environment to see what's going on here. Vorticity, 3K. There's some slight vorticity. Not too much, honestly. Some decent storm relative helicity across the board. Hodograph map. It's kind of unidirectional. Kind of. Who am I kidding? It's pretty unidirectional. So you'll get rotation, but probably won't sustain. So the real question is, Illinois. Yeah, you'll get some. Will I be live tomorrow? Highly unlikely, honestly. Not that super high of a risk. Once again, that is the risk for tomorrow. It's a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in the yellow. 1 out of 5 in the green. Now, if there's a lot of tornado warnings that, you know, start to pop up across the board, then maybe I can try and get in. But other than that, probably unlikely if that's the case. I might be able to make a video tomorrow because I'm going to be in Columbus, Ohio on Thursday. I'm going to the Columbus Blue Jackets game. I'm going to be driving 5.5 hours to get there. But we're going to go watch the Jackets game. My little brother's a Capitals fan as well, so. Record high temperature in Fort Wayne, Indiana, 62 degrees. Atlanta, Georgia, good for tonight? They should be for the most part. Now since the storms have moved on through and they're no longer in a tornado watch. That tornado watch just actually got canceled for the majority of the northern portions of Georgia. So northern portions of Georgia should be fine. There is going to be another wave of storms that are going to move on through Atlanta tomorrow, but it may not be super significant. Can I please check the California storm? What? What storm in California? Like radar-wise or model-wise? Storm in California. Would not have thought. Tornado warnings over in Illinois have been canceled. They no longer exist, which is the good news. What about Montgomery, Pike Road, Alabama? That's a good question. Let's go take a look and see what's up with them. Go to Maxwell Air Force Base. So you guys are going to get another round of showers and thunderstorms later on this evening. Probably sometime around 1 or 2. Probably 2. Probably not, Tio. The bomb cyclone coming from the Pacific? Is there a bomb cyclone coming from the Pacific? I've been so busy with all my shenanigans that I haven't been paying attention too much. So If it is on me, then it's on me. Let's see. That is a big low pressure system moving on through into California. So maybe a giant surge of rain can move on through, make flooding. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a lot of flooding and a lot of snow. And that is a bomb cyclone. It's heading towards Washington and Oregon. So yeah, a lot of winds. A lot of strong damaging winds up there. Yeah. Definitely, for sure. Ha! Not that this is a complete laughing matter, but, you know, just for icing on the cake here, on Thursday morning, the same places that got tornadoes today, they're gonna get snow too. Make that make sense, Weather Weenie. P.S. What's up? Yeah, there's like this big wave right here. You guys see this off the coast of California? See this? Big wave. A lot of these isobars tightly compacted over on the left-hand side. And then it goes all the way up. There's the center right there. It goes all the way up to like Oregon and Washington. And then there's that aforementioned snow over the tornadoes that occurred over here in Illinois. Make that make sense. The tornado watch for extreme southeastern Alabama and southwestern Georgia has now been canceled. So we are starting to get towards the end of this event. Straight up. When does this watch end? Until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So yeah, we're probably as close to the end of the event as we can. That's not what I wanted. That's my YouTube. So I watch, you guys know me, I'm an anime type guy, but for whatever reason, no, I'm not going to get copyright claimed. I really need to exit out of my prior YouTube tabs, but, you know, for whatever reason, people talking through comics, well, not really comics, it's manga and stuff like that, like custom manga. I've been taking a liking to those for whatever reason. So I just kind of listen to it sometimes when I'm doing stuff. Yeah, the VWP is not having fun over there. VWP and KILX is... Oh yeah, that's very linear. Yeah, no sir. No sir. No sir. Yeah, if you're in California or if you're along the Pacific coast, I'd watch out. A lot of strong winds. A lot of rain, potential flooding. Unless if you're in the Sierras, then you're gonna get a lot of snow. But yeah, I get that. I get why people would think anime is greater than manga. And honestly, I don't really even read too much. But you know, if people read for me, then I'm good too. Oh, yeah, let me look into it, Gabe. Let me see what I can do. Settings, permission, no, channel, community. Um, Hey Gabe, can you do me a favor and post the link to your channel? Your channel. Because I've hidden like over 300 different people. If you could. No one man should have. Oh yeah, that storm really just straight up died. Yeah, no, it's Illinois stuff is done. The Illinois stuff is done. We still have this tornado warning here for this would be Jones and Covington County until 7:15. Be another 25 minutes. Girlfriend wants you to check Weaverville, Alabama for rotation. Yeah, let me check real quickly. Radar is greater than anime, that is true. At least as of right now. Weaverville? There is Waterville. There's no Weaverville. Is there any other areas that are near that place that I could potentially look up? Because I'm looking it up on Google Maps. I don't see it. Thought I was Ryan Hall because of the thumbnail. Oh. Whack. Well, I think I have my... Do I have my logo? I do have my logo in the title, so I mean... I do have my stuff. It is there. My logo is there. It 100% is. But still nice to see you around, even if you came here for a brief few seconds. Whack. Thank you much. That's what I needed. All right. I think I think I've done it. I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. You able to do it now? Good stuff? Coolio. Yeah, I know, right? Ryan totally does look different. True facts. I think I fixed it though. We're good. If you guys also, by the way, if you have any sort of issues whatsoever, so similar to what Gabe did, talk to me on Discord. All right? DM me or whatever. Discord is the best place for you to try and communicate any sort of issues that you may have. Right there. If you have a Discord account, message me. All right? I will help you out. Do you have any questions on weather? I can try and help out. If you have any questions about my channel or what you may need, what you may want, or whatever. As long as it's somewhat on topic. talk to me. All right? I will help you. Or at least I will try. Keyword is try. We only have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment and 1 tornado warning, all of which are currently in one spot. Or near one spot. Yeah, Ryan's outreach is just massive. I mean, you look at his channel now, he's got over 1 million subscribers. But I mean, I will say, he's got a lot more experience on YouTube than I did. You know, I've been doing weather longer on YouTube than he has, but he has been doing YouTube longer than I have, which kind of gives him the advantage of how he's so good on YouTube, how he's able to spread his outreach to as many people. Because believe it or not, he actually had another channel way back when, I think it was over 100,000 subscribers on it too. So he has experience. He has experience on knowing how to get his outreach out to people for whatever type of content that he makes. But I have the pleasure to say I am the longest tenured channel, individual channel, weather-wise, that is not company ran, or not originally company ran, on YouTube. So, whack. What happened to my old Hockey Nate YouTube channel? I changed the name. It was Hockey Boy and Nate. Now it's just Nate Snyder. What are my thoughts heading into, with the storms heading into Winston County from Philadelphia? I mean, I think that storm in particular is primarily a hail threat. You might see some strong damaging winds, but I don't really think there's just too much. Yeah, I've been doing this for 3.5 years. It'll be 4 years at the end of June. Yeah, I just changed the name. That's all it was. But yeah, as I said, you know, I even put it on Twitter yesterday. I congratulated him on, 1 million. Because I'm going to be completely honest. If someone were to ask the question to just anyone and just ask, hey, would you ever think that a weather YouTuber would get 1 million subscribers by talking about the weather? There's a good chance that most of you would probably say no. I know I would say no. Although I thought about 3.5 years ago that it was potentially possible, but still kind of unlikely. Yeah, I am almost at the halfway mark of 100K. If we get to 100K, 100K, I am going to make a parade. I'm going to have a parade. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to have enough money to run a parade, but still, I'm going to do something. I'm going to have a party of some sort, or I'm going to have a meet and greet of some sort. It's, I'll do all sorts of cool stuff to give back to the community. Hey, it's Morgan. Wow. Yeah, it's all good, security guard. It's fine. It was the biggest waste of time in the world, a waste of life, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Warning has been updated. I believe it now only includes Jones County here. So southwestern Jones County. Yeah, summer of 2019 is when I started this campaign. The Easter outbreak of 2020 is probably the most insane outbreak I've ever seen. The most insane supercell I've ever seen is that Mayfield tornado from the end of 2021. What has today done? Well, I had to go to Tuesday, my dudes, because that sucked. But prior to that, a lot of spin-ups across the board. And that's kind of just what I came into the stream thinking that there was going to be. So I knew there wasn't going to be too much. How's Hattiesburg going to fare tonight? Hattiesburg, I think you guys can get some more showers and thunderstorms to move on through your area. So I would still be weather aware. But it's not going to be like super significant. Yeah, I did have the police sound effect. That is an OG moment right there. It was a while back when I had that too. Yeah, I do need to update my ticker. If only my file explorer would actually do stuff though. Look at this. It has been loading and loading and loading for what, about 20 minutes now? This thing just does not want to function. So I wish I could update the ticker. I wish I really could. Long story short. Kind of can't change it at the moment. That's kind of the reason why I wish that I had automated stuff. So I'm going to be talking to that one programmer or whatnot. Automated stuff that just puts it in there automatically. It figures out, all right, what I need to put in, correct wording and whatnot. Puts in stuff that I don't have to manually type in, because manually typing it in takes a lot of time. You can do a lot with that. So, I mean, bleh. Only 2 warnings left. If this tornado warning does end, if they do decide to cancel this warning, which part of me thinks they won't, which, pain, but oh well. If they do cancel this warning and nothing else comes out of the storm, I probably will end the stream. By the way, Morgan, when we call tonight, okay, I am going to, because we lost the map, and I'm tired of just losing the map, so I'd rather me have it. Okay? We're going to create our own live camera map. It's going to happen. I'm going to at least do it. All right? If you want to help, if other people want to help, that's cool. It's going to happen today, though. It's going to happen. I'm going to start creating it. We're just going to be able to have it, so that way we don't have to do anything else. 5.3, wow. Yeah, it is GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is the program that I use. That is a TVS signature, so they probably aren't going to stop this tornado warning. It's just still going. Still alive. By the way, all right, so this is on behalf of me and Caleb, who actually helped out today. He's still in the background, considering the following, but yeah, Morgan, I had to step away, so Caleb had to, not the Caleb that you know, but another Caleb that I have, or that I know, stepped in to take over for a little bit. You guys have done a lot in helping us get to where we are right now. So I really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate you guys getting us up to where we are right now. We're inching ever so closer to 40K. Eventually we'll get to 40K and maybe even 50K. I think a reasonable assessment could be if I continue to upload videos and live streams on this channel, we could realistically hit 50K by the middle to the end of March. I think that is realistic. What happened since about 4 p.m.? Yeah, Illinois did the funny, but other than that, there was a tornado apparently over near Noonan. Brief tornado that wasn't warned, a bookend vortex. Something of the sort over there. Yeah, if you are going to help, then what I am going to do is I am going to invite you to the Super Secret Club. So that's probably where most of the stuff that I will do that is behind the scenes will occur in there. New Day 1 Outlook still has an enhanced risk? Really? It does. You would think they would issue a new tornado watch with that though, but I'm not too certain. Yeah, that is the good thing. I was recommended on YouTube, which is all we can ask for. Got a very solid nap. Well, you always get very solid naps. Oh, this thing is going to produce a tornado. Okay, well, that's not good. It's not good at all. Yeah, it does look like this thing could probably produce a tornado. Yeah, have a good evening, Tim. Over here in Jones County, Mississippi, if you're in Laurel or south of Laurel near Ellisville, I would say you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space. This does look like something that could probably try to put something down here soon. I actually wonder... Ah, there it is. There's the normalized rotation. Am I doing weather chases again this spring? Or weather classes this spring? You know what? That does sound like a good idea. I would have to really make time for it though. But I could try to do that again. Yeah, if you're near Laurel or south of Laurel. I remember the fake Pecos Hank crashing the chat. That was pretty funny. Not gonna lie. I probably will, Jay. I probably will. Well, we'll have to see though. But it probably will be available to the public. There's a good chance that it will. Yeah, as I said, this thing definitely looks like it's going to try to produce over here, so we're going to have to watch out for this. Once again, south of Laurel near Ellisville in Jones County, Mississippi. This is about to cross over the interstate, I-59. Yeah, way back when in the beginning of my channel, so when I started in 2019, all the way through into 2020, there was people with, fake Pecos Hank accounts and stuff like that. They would come into the stream. It was so funny. At first, I was like fooled about it because I was like, "Oh, that's Pecos Hank." Then I realized, wait a second, no, that's not Pecos Hank. Why would he come into my channel? I'm checking the. So funny enough, as soon as you mention traffic cameras, I already go to Laurel. There's only 2 traffic cameras in Laurel, and it's legitimately in downtown Laurel. So I can't really use it. There's stuff in Ellisville, then maybe, but
Hey, I think the reason this supercell storm looked like it may produce is because it just entered an area of 3 Cape over 100 and decent vorticity, and also surface-based Cape. There's a little front of about 2,000.
that's a good catch if that is the case. Let me move my sector because I was stuck over in Illinois. Yeah, there is a little bit of vorticity. It's kind of right along a boundary, if you will. Divergence and vorticity. It's actually slight vorticity. Just slight vorticity. But there is a lot of 3 Cape in that area. There is a lot of 3 Cape. So the storm does have a little bit to kind of sustain off of. From a wind shear perspective, I also want to take a look at the helicity, because the surface helicity might not be terrible. Effective. Wow, it's actually going over a really good environment for effective storm relative helicity. Surface to 1 kilometer. Yeah, it's got a really good environment here with this one at the moment. Yeah, this is definitely something to look out for. It's a really interesting hodograph map too. That's actually somewhat favorable for tornadoes. Oh yeah, yeah, it looks like this one probably is going to produce. Or at least it has a shot. New tornado warning, it's an extension.
Tornado warning for eastern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
It actually is central Jones County. It's, as a matter of fact, they should probably just say Jones County, Mississippi. Central Jones County, not eastern Jones County, because that doesn't really make too much sense. New severe south of Tupelo? What is going on all the way up there? A lot of the storm chasers are over in Alabama still. Not even looking at the other stuff. Yeah, looks like a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part with that. But it is a new severe thunderstorm warning. I really wish Radar Omega had an ability for me to see what the beam height is. Because I have no idea how far or how high I am looking out of with Mobile. It's not very nice. But you know, it is what it is. So there's the new tornado warning. As you can see, the new red box that covers over much of Jones County over here. This will be in effect until 8:15. So another hour until this storm is expected to kind of deteriorate a little bit. New tornado warning here for Jones County. And I'll tell you what, this thing is kind of taking its time, isn't it? It's really kind of just meandering about. Oh yeah, it is definitely trying. Oh, I didn't even know that I had keybinds like that. You know what? I very well could just do that instead. I am an idiot. You know what? That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That makes my life so much easier. Yeah, thanks, April. I won't tell. I won't tell. Yeah, I really am an idiot. I did not know that I had those keybinds on my mouse that could work like that, because usually these keybinds are for me playing video games. But this is definitely the correct environment for tornadoes to form. This supercell right here has got to be the one to watch. Ellisville in Mississippi. You need to get into your safe space. I will say this inflow notch is terrible. It is very much so rain wrapped. Very much so rain wrapped. Stream Deck on my mouse? No, I have a bunch of keybinds, a bunch of different buttons on my mouse. And it's a gaming mouse. So I can do that for, I can assign different keys on my keyboard onto my mouse and be able to perform the same exact action as I would pressing a key on the keyboard. So it's helpful for whenever I need to play video games sometimes. This is a terrible inflow notch, I'll tell you what. So how this thing is trying to produce a tornado right now, I really don't know. But it's got a lot of rotation, so. Well, I will say this real quickly. So I have a keyboard that is kind of like a little mini Stream Deck, which is pretty cool. I'll take my camera here and point it down. See that? That right there. Those are 4 keybinds that I can customize to pull up any application I want to. And it is super cool. Love this keyboard. I'll tell you what. This keyboard that I got, it is called a mountain keyboard. Mountain keyboard. And it is one of the best purchases I've made towards my towards my setup that I could think of. So, mountain keyboard. It also lights up in different colors too, which is cool. You can even customize that. You can even turn up the volume with this as well. There's just, if you look up just a mountain keyboard, watch the videos and stuff like that, you'll see the reason why I was like, yes, this keyboard is a must. This keyboard is definitely a must. I'm a partial gamer. Partial gamer. I play games, but not to like a super large extent. So I'm not like going crazy. I know if Morgan probably asks tonight, hey, you want to play Storm Chasers? There's a good chance that I'm probably going to play Storm Chasers with him. So. Appreciate it, Elva. Nice to see you around too. Nothing, Morgan. There's nothing. Nothing happened. Oh, really? That's pretty cool, security guard. Listen. Morgan and I eventually, I know we've said that we haven't done it, okay? Usually because we kind of forget, but we're going to create our gaming channel eventually. It's going to happen, all right? And especially when Outbreak comes out, which is this new realistic, storm chasing game that I'm holding out hope for to come out sometime soon. That's gonna be a fun game to play, especially since if everyone gets Outbreak, I kind of want to see what happens if I get as many people on the server as possible that could try to roleplay it. Because you're legitimately just storm chasing the entire time with realistic scenarios. No, it's not out. It's still in development. What happened to the Minecraft server? It definitely faltered. It definitely faltered a little bit. A lot of people were just like playing it over and over and over again. There's like Minecraft is life and no one would touch grass. So I don't know why. I don't know why. Tilt that back over. Tilt that back over. Yeah, if you want the not so realistic storm chasing game, it's legitimately called Storm Chasers on Steam. Myself, Morgan, and a couple of my other friends play it just for fun. You think it's in early access? I'm not too sure. You know what? Let's look it up live on stream. Let's look it up live on stream if Steam is in early access. Yes, Outbreak has been in development for 4 years, which is the reason why I'm saying, you know, who knows when it'll be out. It'll be out in like 2032. Knowing that game. Store. Oh, for sure, for sure. Outbreak. Is it on my wish list? Oh, it is in early access. Look at that. Yes. Follow. Add to wish list. Plan release date to be announced. Get instant access and start playing. Get involved with this game as it develops. Note, early access game is not complete. May not change. You should wait and see the game projections. Give me early access! Please! But on the other hand, I'll tell you what. I really do want to try and see if we can get as many people as possible in one server of Outbreak and just try and roleplay it. See what happens. Now, obviously, if there is some people who aren't going to roleplay the game correctly, then they won't be a part of it anymore. But I do eventually want to create a whole community. Just to, like, kind of have fun in Storm Chase and whatnot. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, early access is not to be accessed. That is true. Tell you what. I will self-promote the crap out of Outbreak if I got a sponsorship. True facts. True facts. If I start blowing up myself and whatnot, if I get a sponsorship from Outbreak to start promoting their game, 100% I will. I will 100% dedicate the majority of my time to promoting this game on my channel. uh, I really should have. Give me access. Please. Please. I don't blame you, Raichu. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I definitely want to see and or figure out some of the physics of the game when I play it. But I do want to play this game. This game is 100% something that I would be interested in. Did you miss anything? Me saying, give me Outbreak. This game. Yes. Yes. This is not a game, though. This storm here south of Laurel continues to rotate because, yes. You know, keep spinning and spinning and spinning because, you know how it is. Spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. I'm not, Shell. I'm not. Haven't been able to do that since early last year, and even then there wasn't even dating. So I really haven't done that in what, 4.5 years? 5 years? Jeez. Wow. Wow. Whack. Yeah, my channel is 80% seriousness and 20% jokes. But no, I am not dating anyone. I will say, I do have to try and trim the beard eventually. I'm looking at myself. I'm trying to think, well, I'm starting to look too Amish. Nothing wrong with Amish people, but I do not represent anyone but myself. Unless if I'm a part of the, unless if I'm a part of an organization, stuff like that. See, whenever that happens, Shell, pigs will fly. True facts. It'll happen. And unironically, the pigs will fly because of the tornado. So, it might not actually be too unrealistic, but still. All right? I really haven't been able to relate with any of the people who live in my area. That is true, Morgan. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I am going to be completely honest with you. We have 99 problems, and creating our gaming channel would solve one of them. Dude, there are so much whack stuff. No, that's your problem. All right? Your problem is the Giants winning the Super Bowl. That doesn't solve my other 98. Giants can go away. Nate has 99 problems, and the win share is like 14 of them. That is kind of true, but I would say that's probably 2 problems, and then low-level lapse rates are like 28 of them. 28 of them is low-level lapse rates constantly. Low-level lapse rates are not fun. They need to go away. I think it'll honestly be so much better for the Baltimore Ravens to not win the Super Bowl this year. So that way we can finally fire Greg Roman. He needs to go. The Senators are beating the crap out of my Blue Jackets. Let's go. The tank for Bedard begins today. The tank for Bedard begins today. We are losing 3-0 to the Ottawa Senators. It's time to go. I don't care about goaltending right now. I don't care about defense right now. We have one of the best defensive prospects in all of hockey. If we get Connor Bedard and he plays with Johnny Gaudreau and Patrick Laine, yum. Wizards are beating the Bucks 13-9. Yeah, the other thing I gotta say, by the way, the Jackets are worse than the Coyotes, believe it or not. It's only the Ducks and the Blackhawks that are worse than the Jackets right now, which is pretty funny. I got this thing here, okay? This is called a tidbit. If you guys have been on Instagram, you guys might be able to see that, see them self-promoting their stuff. But I got this thing called a tidbit, which, pardon my hot dogs and my slushie that was earlier, and my Bakugan. Got myself a little tidbit. You can put all sorts of cool stuff on there. Cool, whack things that occur. You can put transit, whatnot. That's for Penn Station in New York City. So that was just something random that I just wanted to put on because, you know, of how quickly these trains move in and out of that station. But I also got to change that to Baltimore because I got to put that out of Linthicum Station, North Linthicum. So don't pay attention to that. But it does all sorts of stuff. Earlier I had weather radar. Here, and I'll go full screen. Earlier I had weather radar. It told the weather. It gives me sports stuff, which as you guys see, you know, it's my team right there. Listen, don't crap on Bakugan, alright? Bakugan was my childhood way back when. True facts. So I gotta at least have a little bit of my childhood around with me. But yeah, it gives the sports scores and whatnot. This is the, where it's dark and where it's light and whatever. That's cool stuff. Yeah, there's your Bakugan. Whack. I'm also getting a couple others coming in because I'm getting the main Bakugans that were in the stuff. The original ones, like the small ones. This is your earthquake map, so different intensities. This is the earthquakes and whatnot, because you guys know I follow up with earthquakes, and I even covered an earthquake in Alaska. I think it was mid last year. I had even a tsunami watch temporarily and whatnot, so that was pretty cool. But it tells you earthquake stuff. And honestly, I've been really enjoying this. You guys know that I played a little bit of Pokemon and whatnot, so I thought that was pretty cool. Who's that Pokemon? That is Magby. Whack. Did not even know. Did not guess. Did not whatsoever. More Pokemon stuff. But, I mean, you guys kind of get the point. It does all sorts of cool stuff. And you can even create different code for it, too. So, I can't remember what's after this. I really can't.
Hey, Nate, I really appreciate you letting me come on the stream, and I gotta go eat dinner.
Yeah,
Thank you, though.
go eat. Food is important, I'll tell you what. But I appreciate you guys, I appreciate you covering for me for the time being.
You're welcome.
So,
Have
thank
a
you
great
much.
night.
Yep, you too. Yule log. Pretty cool. I should definitely have some coffee or whatnot. This is called a tidbit. Tidbyte. Tidbit. Costs a little bit, but I mean, there's just so much stuff that you can customize. And I got it for Christmas. I was like, you know what? Might as well try. And it was just like, wow. Pretty cool. Guy and Laurel, what's up? Laurel, believe it or not, you guys are currently getting a lot of large hail in your area. So I'd kind of watch out for that. By the way, you can also kind of see, look at that. Weather stuff on there too. You'll see here in a second. Probably radar for my local area. Tidbit. Tidbyte. Tidbit. But Laurel's getting a lot of large hail at the moment. I doxed my area. Look at that. Greencastle. Wow. Do not care. But Laurel's getting a lot of hail. A lot of hail, so stay indoors. Nothing's really super tornadic at the moment, so I wouldn't be super concerned. Look at that. There's the radar. There's the radar of my local area. Look at how cool that is. Look at how cool that is. Full screen that, please. Look at that. And then it even gives me my stuff. That's pretty cool, too. You know, I really do like that little thing. So I really am going to have to organize this. As you can see, my desk has a lot of food from what I ate today. By the way, there's my jacket's dying. It's 3-0 and it's 5 minutes left in the second. Yeah, that is installing a lot of confidence in my team this year. So we gotta start tanking for Bedard. We gotta lose every single game. Every single game. Am I able to write it there? Let's see. Can I pull it up? Tidbit. Tidbyt. This thing right here. The retro display from the future, whatever this is. This is what I got. And I really do like it. So Tidbit. If this sounds like something that you guys may want, go get it. But I got it for Christmas and I was just like, you know what? This is pretty cool. The one thing I will say is I probably am not going to put it on my desk in the future. I think I'm actually going to probably put it on the wall somewhere. I'm not even sure if I can hang it on the wall. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it. So I'd have to like put it somewhere, hang it somewhere, whatnot. But yeah, this is not an ad. I'm not sponsored by them. I'm just saying I enjoy their product. I enjoy their product. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just hang it somewhere so that way, you know, when I'm sitting in the chair, when I'm sitting at the desk here, I can just look up briefly. I can see it there. You know, I have no obstructions because I've got, you know, monitor right here, monitor right here, monitor right here. That's kind of obstructing my view for the most part, looking out into the middle of the room. So that's my opinion on that Hardee's at Antrim Way in Baltimore. So we don't really have a whole lot of stuff out here in Greencastle. And so Hardee's over there, it's very accessible, especially since I use Route 11 a lot. I use a lot of Route 11. So, you know, when I go over and I take a look at the food options I got, I mean, McDonald's, I don't know why my little brother wants McDonald's all the time or Burger King a lot of the time. Those stuff out there, I mean, it's just kind of meh. You take a look at the other stuff. Sheets, you can probably get every single time and just, you know, be happy with it. And I do eat Sheets too. Sheets is, you know, I recommend Sheets if you ever just wanted good food in general. Sure, it's, you know, not the best food. It's not like it's custom made or whatever, and fresh. I mean, it is custom made, but it's not like fresh. But it's still good food. Then we have some local restaurants, but I haven't really tried them too much. So, you know, granted, Hardee's is expensive. We got, you know, good burgers. They toast their buns, their lettuce, if I ever decide to eat lettuce, which lately I've graduated, all right? So this is kind of a little embarrassing, all right? But way back when, I was a cheese and ketchup guy on my burger. That's it. Done. Now I'm starting to graduate to more stuff, and I definitely want lettuce on my burgers. So sometimes, you know, when you get a burger, they put lettuce on it. Sometimes it's usually not very crunchy. It's kind of more soggy and stuff like that. Their lettuce over there in Hardee's is very crunchy. So I'll tell you what was usually, if I want a good burger, granted it's expensive, I would go to Hardee's. But it's just really expensive sometimes. So sometimes we have a Wawa. They're actually planning on putting a Wawa north of me, very far north of me, probably by about 10 to 15 miles. But Sheetz, I'll tell you what. Sheetz is predominant over here in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Hardee's is the same thing as Carl's Jr. Pyro with the 8 months, thank you so much, says, please get a P.O. box. All right. I will set time aside to try and see how I can get that done. Bing, bang, boom. What's a Wawa? It's a very good gas station place where you can also get food. Very good gas station. Yeah, I really thought Caleb did really well. He's growing into it. Growing into a role. He's working pretty hard. I mean, I've seen his growth, his development as a person to being able to identify weather, different phenomena. I mean, he's working hard. He's working really hard. And I admire that. I admire that passion. Always have. Is Simpson County, Mississippi getting bad weather? Simpson County. Can I figure out where Simpson County is? I kind of just want to look over to see if I can find it by scanning over. And I have no idea where Simpson County is. So you know what? I'm just going to look it up. Oh, it's all the way over there in Mendenhall. I mean, for the most part, I think you guys are pretty good. There is going to be some storms that are going to move off into your area here within the next few couple of hours. I probably won't be here by that time. But yeah, it'll take about 2.5 hours, 3 hours before it actually gets there. Is it showing that it's weakening? Yes, the storm that's over near Laurel is indeed weakening, which is the reason why they issued a severe thunderstorm warning. And that probably means that we will have to end the stream here relatively soon. Cincinnati should be fine. Just a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms are going to be moving through that area. Zachary, Louisiana. Isn't that like over here somewhere? Hold up. Zachary. Zachary, Louisiana. North of Baton Rouge. All right, well, I was kind of close. They definitely got some strong showers and thunderstorms moving through that area. So I would stay indoors, but I'm not too concerned about that, to be completely honest with you. If anything, it's just a, some severe thunderstorms, nothing really too tornadic. And as for Colorado Springs, I mean, there's just a bunch of winter weather over there. Even, if anything, some snow. But not right now. It looks like at the moment... Yeah, maybe just general snow showers, but not too much. Tornado warning for Laurel, Mississippi. Yes, but it does look like that warning is going to expire here relatively soon, as this storm has weakened tremendously. Judith with the 50, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You're always a main contributor to the stream, and it really does mean a lot to me. This is, you always have kind gestures to support the stream, and it really, really does mean a lot to me. So a constant supporter. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to move one of my radars over here. See what's happening this storm. It might be a storm that's heading towards Tuscaloosa here in about an hour. It looks like some large hail and some strong damaging winds, but other than that, that doesn't look too much. So I think we are probably going to end the stream here in the next couple of minutes. Because there really isn't too much else going on. So one thing to take away is that we have 35,275 subscribers. We're getting closer. We're going to keep climbing. I'll tell you what, we're going to try and get up there as quickly as possible to 40,000. Let's see if we can get to it by the end of the month. I know that's probably not realistic, but it really depends upon how intense the weather is. And hope that everyone is kind of safe. Yeah, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jefferson, Franklin, Adams. This is Copia and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. Opinions on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I've only seen little bits of it, but I'm the type of anime person that isn't going to watch like dozens upon dozens of episodes of anime to try and catch up. So, from what I've watched, it's pretty decent. It is not my favorite, but it's by far not the worst anime I've ever seen in my entire life. So, decent reviews. 5-inch tree limbs snapped and trash cans displaced. Interesting. So that's south of Laurel, near Ellisville. Maybe when it was a possible tornado as it moved on through. Yeah, I saw it, James. Saw it earlier, at least. Way earlier. Alrighty. I really do think that's it. Once again, if you have any issues that you would like to communicate with me, please be sure to contact me on Discord. Pyro with the 2, by the way, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what's my favorite armored intercept vehicle? Oh, God. armored. You know, honestly, with how weird it kind of looks, part of me wants to say Dominator 2, but Tiv was always pretty good. Or whichever, was it Dominator 2? Yeah, Dominator 2. This one. The kind of burgundy looking car. This one was weird as heck. Alright? But I thought that looked pretty cool. Obviously, everyone's going to say Dominator 1 for nostalgia. Because why not? I didn't really care too much for Dominator 3. Yeah, I would say either the Tiv or Dominator 2. Dominator 1, you know, obviously for nostalgia is the correct answer, but probably Dom 2. Alrighty, with that being said, I think we are going to skedaddle. Thank you guys so much for watching today. If you did enjoy it, please be sure to leave a like. Subscribe if you are new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media like Twitter. I think eventually I'm going to want to get my Twitter account to 10,000 followers. That'd be pretty cool. But links to all that will be in the description down below. Opinion on bagels, they are good. I do eat them. Especially everything bagels. Everything bagels are very good. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. So for myself and Caleb, who is eating dinner at the moment, but he was in chat, I will catch you guys next time. I'll hopefully try to upload a video tomorrow. If not, it'll probably be sometime on Saturday. Probably. Oh, someone is asking for my Discord server. Let's get that real quickly. Real quickly. Edit invite link. Yes, 30 minutes, because we don't want people copying it for like Kingdom Come, spreading it to all sorts of different other people. Because we got to track that. We've got rules in our server, staff-wise, including myself. But there's the Discord server. Once again, if you have any issues, contact me on Discord. Hopefully I'd be able to answer any sort of questions that you guys may have. And yeah, I will catch you guys later. Peace out. Goodbye.